I remember like when I got bullied. I used to get bullied. I used to go to the corner store and play Street Fighter. Take all my anger out on Street Fighter.
Okay.
When there was situations I was having with my family, I used to go play Tekken.
Like, you just learn through losing, and a lot of people don't take losing well. You're not gonna be the best at the jump of anything. So when you play, I see losing. You're not really losing. It's just like you're learning a little bit more every time you play, and as you just get better and better at the game, you may lose some, you win some. But every loss, you see why you lost, and you can work on that. I think that's the best advice I could give is don't be deterred if you lose. Because you will lose a lot.
Right.
I lose all the time.
That's inevitable.
Yeah, you're going to lose whether you're you say I'm the best in the chain of Smash. I still lose. I smash all the time. It's just, you learn, you see why you messed up, and you just get better. That's a lot of people get, if they lose, they don't want to play anymore. And they just want to drop the controller and leave. Which I'm like, sure, if you want to keep losing, you can do that. But if you're not going to actively take what you did wrong and work on that, then you're going to stay at that same level.
Pretty much how video games impact a lot of people.
Yeah.
They go into the real world, and maybe the real world ain't so nice to them, especially when they're younger.
Mm-hmm.
But they can always retreat back into, the virtual world. Like there are Street Fighters where you can take Ryu while everyone is playing the crummy United States people who are playing their Kens with their crappy fire uppercuts or their guiles with their turtleness sitting in the corner. But you're going to take the original World Warrior and you're going to whoop them into shape and show them what it's like. Show those bullies what's what.
My slogan for cosplay is peace, love, and positivity in the cosplay community. Because no matter what, at the end of the day, we're all just nerds dressing up. So why not be nice to each other?
And I did that, and it worked. It worked, and sometimes in those moments, you just gotta trust just do whatever you're gonna do. Don't overthink. Press a button. Just do something. Because that person across from you is as nervous as you.
Yeah.
That moment.
That was literally the entire reason that I fought. And like I said, I just had to convince myself, like, if you don't do this, like, you're never going to change. You're not going to be, you can't make yourself that person without putting yourself in a situation to be that person. You know what I mean? So if I wanted to be the guy who was going to be able to, protect my home, protect, my, future wife, kids, anything, my family, currently, my friends, anything, I was going to have to put myself in a position where I have no choice but to fight. I can't back down, so that I know when the time comes, if it were to come, that I won't back down.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Bottom of the Pit podcast, where we look to the moon and swap our palettes. I am, as per usual, Mick Whoopi Goldberg, and you might notice that I sound different because I am talking through a PlayStation microphone. And there's a very, very special reason why, because this is the Bottom of the Pit podcast season finale. Now, what does that entail, you may ask? That entails that we have everybody in the booth today. So it's not just me, and it's not just me and one other person. It is me and everybody on the chain who has been on the podcast almost. We're missing Snapple Grapple, and our hearts break for it. But today I have Bonsai Wolfburger.
Oh yeah! What's up, everybody?
The Hungry Patient.
What's poppin', Pepper?
Pecan Swirl.
Bonsai got
whipped cream.
No. What? Why? The Jamaican Shake.
Well, this is going swell already. Like, this is working out.
And Lobo Berry Crunch.
Lobo's back, alright.
And Protege Deluxe will be joining us momentarily. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining me on this stupendous season finale. How is everybody feeling? Destroy the mic.
Good. Great.
I'm drunk.
Yay.
I'm alright.
Oh, lordy.
I hate this quarantine.
Yeah, I think everyone does.
I'm actually enjoying it. I actually can get
That's
drunk
right.
and just and feel safe at home.
I kind of enjoying it, honestly. I don't get drunk, but because I'm not trash, but
Oh!
Oh.
I hope Mike's licking you.
So
if I wasn't going to work, I'd enjoy the quarantine, but I still gotta go to work in the morning, so that's what it is.
so it's like nothing's different.
man, you're
Not at
essential.
all.
Yeah, you're essential personnel,
Essentially
brother.
fucked.
So everyone that I'm speaking to at the moment is over PlayStation for two pretty obvious reasons. One, because it's really hard to get everyone in the same room at the same time, and I also don't have a big enough space that would achieve such a feat and still get quality sound. And two, we're not allowed to leave our houses.
Quarantine.
We're gonna make this work.
Oh yeah. So we're here and we are indeed making it work. So what is the topic for today? We are going to discuss I'm just gonna get right to it. We're going to discuss our top 3 favorite fighting games of all time. Any installment, any shit, what am I thinking about? Well, any installment of any fighting game ever. Everyone has like a different number, a different series. So we're here to lock it down definitively. Has everyone had time to think on it? Does everyone know, or does some of you not have 3?
Oh no, I got my 3, baby.
If we talking
I
top
got
3, I
mine.
definitely got mine.
Alrighty,
Yeah.
so we're gonna hop right on into this one because we have a lot of people to go through and a lot of games to hit. So we're gonna start with you, Lobo Berry Crunch. Your top 3. Let's start with your least of the favorites, going on to your most favorite of all time. 3-1.
Okay. So, third one is gonna go to Dragon Ball Z Budokai 3.
Oh, that's a good one.
I loved Budokai. I felt it still embodied like the fun of a fighting game, while still allowing you to like play like that Dragon Ball style, kind of like what Fighters is doing now. But this is what it was doing back then. It still embodied some of the 3D aspect of sidestepping and stuff, but it still felt like a regular fighting game that you could enjoy, combos and such like that. The character selection was so fun. You had regular fighting, like regular characters you could fight with, like Goku, Gohan, and all of them in their various forms, but you could like level in between and go Super Saiyan 1, 2, and whatever. You had the fusion characters that you could jump in and out of. I loved playing Gogeta when I was able to. I wasn't a huge fan of the SS4 series and GT, but they were fun to play in the game. I won't lie. Now, just because this is number 3 doesn't mean that it's it's not like my least favorite of all time. It's just if I had to pick them in order, that's got to be number 3.
Well, yeah, I mean, your least favorite on a top 3 favorite list is still pretty impressive.
Yeah, I wasn't a huge fan of the Tenkaichi series, only due to the fact is it was very easy to kind of win most matches because all you had to do was blast from a distance and just play keep away as long as you could. And it felt like it took away from the aspect of like being. While Budokai, you were still up in each other's faces.
Yeah,
Like, you could only get away for so far.
That's legit. I like that answer. That was
Yeah, I actually
Yeah.
wanted to
Very
ask
legit.
you why you chose Budokai over Tenkaichi, but you answered it perfectly just now.
Yeah, like no disrespect to the the Tenkaichi series. I know that there are a lot of people that I grew up with that loved it, and as a Dragon Ball fan, I could see why. You could fly around, you can blast like objects and stuff like that. So yeah, if you want to say what embodied like the spirit of fighting as a Dragon Ball character, it may have that more. But with Budokai, it felt like it just kept the sense of it still being what it was supposed to be, a fighting game.
I like that. I actually appreciate your answer on that one because the fact of you're basing it off of the fact that it's still fighting game area, which is still pretty cool. And let me shut up.
What?
It's alright though. I mean, Tenkaichi's trash, but anyway.
Whoa! Wow!
I wouldn't say that.
See,
Wow.
there's what I was expecting.
That hurt me. That hurt me in
I'm
3
just
different
kidding.
ways. Goodness gracious.
I'm just kidding. I own the Budokai Tenkaichi series too. Don't worry about it. But yeah, that's number 3. Number 2 is actually going to go to fighters.
Okay.
Okay.
Only because, and I know he's already going to have it in his list. I know Banzai has what I would have picked as my number 2 in there, so I'm not going to say it. But fighters, I've really enjoyed, especially the new season and the way they've changed things up. I feel like the game has still stayed fresh for me since the day it launched. People have swapped their teams out. Like all of us have played teams that have changed so much as the game has evolved. And that's what makes it fun for me, is that it's still fresh. It still keeps going. I mean, even now, we're awaiting the arrival of newer characters. There's still speculation of new characters that are going to come. I mean, we're waiting for... I know Jamaica Shake is waiting for a certain character to drop, in another week or 2.
Oh, what was that?
Yeah, we already know you're waiting for that Ultra Instinct Goku,
That's actually sooner than I expected.
Is it a week or 2?
There's no release date yet.
Oh, okay.
I read something online that says that he may be dropping in the next week or 2. So
So he must be dropping before this podcast drops then.
Probably.
Yeah.
Most likely will.
But I just feel like it still embodies the fun of what it was like growing up in the 90s and the early 2000s, playing those fighting games like that. Those 2D fighters, they're still my favorites, and I just feel like it still embodies that spirit of let's go back to how it used to be, and let's kick some behind. And it always is. Everybody here has great matches against each other. I mean, despite skill levels, some people being better than others in certain fields, you're still having fun. Everyone's still beating the crap out of each other and just smiling and having a good time afterwards.
Yeah, I get beat up a lot, so I definitely feel you on that.
Shut up.
Quiet, you. You be quiet. You're not allowed to say that.
What?
You're not. You're not allowed to
Somebody
say that.
mute his mic now.
Oh my god.
Throw your gamer tag out there, and then let the people be the deciding factor.
Hey, I have
a judge.
I have a question for you, Lobo Berry.
Go ahead.
Would you say that Dragon Ball, the series, has developed some of the best video games as a whole, as far as an anime series goes?
I would say yes on that factor, absolutely. I mean, let's look at the aspects of Dragon Ball's history. I mean, going back, this is a series that's expanded from the 80s all the way. It still is relevant till now. And this isn't like a whole retake of a different series. Like, how Gundam has changed, and each series is a different set of characters, a different time frame, and everything. Dragon Ball, we are still seeing Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, Yamcha, Tien, Chaozu. We're seeing all the original characters still in some way involved in so much. It's still going. And this series has had fighting games since, like I said, as early as the 90s, going to now, still making it hot. I can't think of another series that has probably stayed that consistent as far as an anime-style fighter than a Dragon Ball game. So I would definitely say yes. As long as if you're calling genre Dragon Ball as a whole, yes. I don't think there's anybody that could top that.
I am curious about your number 1. I am so curious about your number 1 right now.
Yeah, go for it, Banzai.
I was going to say, with Loveberry Crunch saying that freaking Dragon Ball games have kept their own original feel for a fighting game and an anime fighter throughout its whole franchise. Like the Naruto games and everything else, they're unique in some ways, but they follow the arena fighters and stuff like that. For Dragon Ball, it always feels like its own style of gameplay.
Yeah, I can actually really agree with that. And not to take anything away from Naruto and all the other ones that are out there, but you have to look at the time and span of that series. again, we're going back. Like I said, early '80s, and we're in 2020, and it's still using the same characters that we're all know and love, the same attacks that we're just. I mean, come on, let's not get hyped here. We all tried to do a Kamehameha wave at one point when we were kids.
I do it every day.
I tried to do it last night.
Try.
I did it last night. I succeeded.
That's why you're not amateur players.
That's what that sound was.
Here's the
And
answer.
the thing about it is, it's still staying relevant in every way possible. Like Bonsai said, like it's with Naruto, it's an arena fighter series, and it has evolved in many ways itself. Like, didn't the original Ultimate Ninja series for PS2 wasn't it like kind of like a Smash Brothers style, but with Naruto characters?
Kinda, yeah. It was a little weak in my opinion.
Yeah.
I mean, I would argue it was more like I wouldn't compare it to Smash as much.
Yeah. It was
Well,
like
I'm just saying, like the style, because like you could use items and stuff like that would spawn on the stage. It was like
if you take it back to PS1 specifically, like it did its thing, like so far as PS1 wise, like more closer to Smash or
Are we still talking about
PlayStation
Naruto?
All-Stars. No, it's Dragon Ball Z. Because remember Dragon Ball Final Bout?
Yeah, no, I'm talking about Naruto right there.
Okay, never mind then. We talking about Naruto.
It's okay.
Sorry.
But no, that's what I'm saying. Like Ultimate Ninja felt like it was like it was a fighter in its own way, but like with some Smash Brother elements. That's what I was trying to go with.
Yeah,
and then it changed to like an arena, and it's changed like multiple times over the span of like its time making a game, but it consistently stayed an arena. While Dragon Ball, like Bonsai said, it's evolved but kept its own feel in a sense for everything.
It's ascended.
It's gone beyond the level of a fighting game.
Over 9,000.
But to clear this up, so the last one, my number one series, and I know someone's going to say something bad about it right now, Marvel vs. Capcom 2.
MVC2!
Oh, yeah.
There's nothing bad to be said.
The
I love
Jamaican Shake
Marvel
left the
versus
Marvel
chat.
vs. Capcom 2.
There's nothing negative to be said here.
Oh, there's a lot negative to be said, and don't get me wrong about that.
There
I'm
it
about to
is.
say there's a lot to be said negatively about Marvel vs. Capcom 2. But
Shake, you're my brother,
will
and I
give
love you.
But
Yeah, let's hear the
trying to guard my
positives.
words
Let's hear the
properly.
positives here. What about Marvel's Capcom has you, bro?
trash.
Oh, good God.
As I discussed this before on the podcast with you, it's just fun. I felt like, especially for a lot of people that were getting into the fighting game world, it might have been like some people's first that they really got into. It might have been like the one that people got a lot of the 2D fighting styles down with, or it might have been their first real competitive game that they played. But like the character roster is so expansive. You know, you got X-Men, Avengers, you got Capcom characters from Resident Evil, Mega Man, and so much. Like there's so many characters, so many combinations, and it's just generally fun to me. Like I had so much fun swapping characters here and there. The fact that I was able to play Venom and like some of the characters I never thought I'd be able to play were like Venom, Jill Valentine and Mega Man all together, or Spider-Man, Jin and like Storm or something. Like it was crazy. It was fun. And I don't think that I would have probably been as into fighting games as I would have if I didn't play that one. Especially for like crossover titles, that was one of the biggest ones that came out. I mean, we had the SNK series versus Capcom and stuff, but I feel like if you say Marvel versus Capcom, I feel like it's a more common name that people will go, "Oh yeah, I know about that." Now, I'm not a big fan of the
I agree.
newer version that's come out. I mean, Infinite is meh to me, but the fact is, it's still trying and it's still coming out with new titles. And I mean, I wouldn't be. I would think they would come out with another one soon.
We liked
But
it. We liked
MVC2
it.
number one.
More like MVC2.
MVC2, number one on your list. Well, pretty much any fighting game that gets you into the genre is going to hold a very special place in your heart.
Right.
Because that's a big feat, especially for fighting games, since it's such a hard medium to break into sometimes.
Yeah.
Now, what about Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite turned you off compared to how MVC2 or 3 played?
Well, so I did like 3, and I did like Ultimate, but as we talked before, I felt like it got to a point where a lot of these like top tier lists started coming out, and it just felt like it kind of lost the flavor for me eventually. I mean, I feel like I know a lot of people that are like they still play it, but not as much as they used to. With Infinite, I felt like it was trying so hard to go back to like that original style that the first Marvel vs. Capcom had, but I just feel like it still didn't translate the way it needed to. I mean, it is what it is at this point. The frames are different. Everything feels weirder. The story was all over the place. I couldn't follow the story. I hated it.
Hey, the story was fun though. It was a fun story. Was it stupid? Yeah, but it was a fun story.
It was okay. It was fun, but I was just like, a lot of it just was like really weird. Like, why did freaking Black Panther and Monster Hunter just know each other immediately? Like, how did they meet up? Like, a lot of like some of the stuff was just really like off the wall. Now, as far as like fighting, like it was fun for a while, but then it felt like it fell off. It just didn't keep me in the way like Marvel vs. Capcom 2 does, or like my number 2 pick, Fighters. Like it doesn't keep me in that same way. It didn't keep reinventing itself. They released characters, but it just didn't keep me enough that I would be like, you know what? I'm just going to keep playing this game.
Reality stuff.
I eventually got rid of it, unfortunately. It is what it is. I hope that maybe it was a good step forward for trying to bring it back, and hopefully the next game will be better. Because there's no doubt in my mind, knowing how Capcom is, they're not gonna. I mean, unfortunately, we might either get like an Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite or something like that, or Infinite 2, whatever.
Right.
You know, Capcom likes to re-release their games like 16 times before they give you a new one.
That's true. That's sad but true. Like he's 100% in that one.
How many versions of Street Fighter 2 is there out there? There's
it's
what?
Like 5,
Street
right?
Fighter,
yeah,
Street Fighter
5.
2, there's
like
Street
5.
Fighter 2, Super Street Fighter 2, Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo, like whatever. I don't know.
And then there's Super Street Fighter 2 Hyper Edition, and then there's is it 8?
Yeah, 8.
All right.
Oh my god, I thought it was at least like 5.
We're giving the benefit of the
The
doubt there.
newest one
Oh
being the
goodness.
Ultra Street Fighter 2, the Final Challengers.
Oh,
Like
word! I
2017.
forgot about that.
God, yo, you're right.
That's
I
one with
forgot- I
Oni and
completely
Evil
forgot
Ryu,
about that.
right?
Nah,
Yeah,
I had
that's the
Evil
one
Ryu
that-
and Violet Ken.
Oh, okay. Evil Ryu and Violent Ken.
Wait. Time out. Wait, that one had Violent Ken?
Yeah.
Whoa! Okay, shocker
Never
to
thought
me.
you'd see him again.
Yo, real talk, shocker to me. I'm dead serious.
Does anyone else have anything to say on that?
I was gonna say,
Actually,
I was gonna say I didn't get. I thought Infinite was a good, sturdy game. I feel like the thing that killed it the most is the legal stuff with Marvel, and it killed the character roster. Like,
that
if
is
they-
another big one. Yeah, I
Yeah.
can see that.
If they
Because like
did
the
do an
X-Men are
NBC
completely absent.
Yeah,
Yo.
if they did do like a NBC Infinite like Ultimate Edition, and they had the permission to add more characters into it, I would actually hop back on that game because I feel like it would be even more fun.
Yo,
I feel a
Like I
lot
said,
of
I would
people
do that,
would.
yeah.
The problem
real talk,
is
to not
that's
go
the
against
core
you
of the game.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Like, to be honest with you, not to go against you, Keeb, on that one, but to go along with Lobo's version of it, like, when you look at Marvel vs. Capcom 2, the thing is that, like, that had more skill base involved with it versus Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite. Because, really, they took away the skill base at all. They took away the skill base completely. Because all it was like auto combos and stuff at some point. And it was just like, that doesn't really fall in line with Marvel vs. Capcom's style of playing. If you look at 1, 2, and 3, then you realize it doesn't fall in line with it.
Why would I want to look at trash?
Oh my god.
But to Bonzai's point, though, I could see myself jumping back in if they did add a lot. Because, like I said, those X-Men characters' absence felt really weird. Like, you know, like X-23 was one of my babies back in NBC3. Deadpool's out there. Wolverine, who's been a staple in the series since any of the crossovers with any of the Marvel games, like Street Fighter versus X-Men, all of them. Like, Wolverine was a main man in all those games. Having him missing was just weird.
Hold up, wait, because you know what? To be honest with you, Lobo, my fault. Sorry for the disrespect. in this category because I didn't play Infinite that often, but Wolverine wasn't in there.
Yeah,
No,
Black
he
Panther
was
took his
not.
spot.
Whoa! So you told me they completely took out like all Marvel characters?
No,
X-Men.
X-Men.
Yeah.
They didn't have the
Oh,
rights
yeah,
to
just
them.
because of the whole
Okay.
legal rights battle between Marvel and like all the other stuff. I mean, now
Wasn't
that
it
now,
like
now that
Sony or
Marvel
something?
now that Marvel and Fox are owned by Disney, I mean, I could completely see them putting back in the game.
Exactly.
But like for this one, it felt like it was just missing so much compared to the last game. I just couldn't see it continuing any further than what it was.
Okay,
Yeah.
never mind. Then.
So
Because it basically just kind of centered around the MCU characters more than anything else.
that's what I always say: is MCU
okay,
versus
'cause
Capcom.
I never knew. I never knew. I didn't play Infinite, so.
Would you say that the biggest draw for you for MVC2 was the roster as like the number one?
Yes, it was so fun.
That
And the
crazy
music,
ass
oh
roster?
god, the music, come on.
Gonna take
The
you
music
for
was
a ride.
amazing.
Yo, the music was blast, bro.
Yo, everybody knew that song.
Yep.
We'll take you for a ride.
Wait.
Come on.
Did you say blast or trash?
Somebody mute his mic.
And to clarify, that I said blast. So don't you dare try to pit me. Pit
Man,
me
you
in the
heard what you
situation
heard.
where I
I
said
heard what I
trash.
heard. I heard what I heard.
All right, now, Lobo Berry Crunch. A singular question: what is your least favorite fighting game?
Least, man, I'm gonna get so much crap for saying this now.
Oh,
They're all gonna hate me.
Am I gonna have to fight you after this?
You probably are.
I want to hear this.
All right, guys. I want y'all to know I love y'all.
That's never a good sign.
Yeah, I know,
Second.
right? That's never a
I
good
was gonna say he's gonna say Tekken.
Whoa,
I already know.
Hold on.
I know who's gonna
Let
say
me
Tekken.
explain.
Please,
Let
I
me
gotta
explain.
hear this. I gotta hear this.
So, the reason I picked Tekken, I don't like the 3D fighters that move around like that. Now, that's not to say
That's a
I
stylistic thing.
don't play Tekken. I have played Tekken. My favorite Tekken is Tekken 3.
Good Tekken.
Okay.
But I felt like after 5, I just couldn't do the series anymore. I felt like it was too easy to play as Chrissy and Eddie. You had too many characters that had a lot of those like wide swinging combos, and it didn't matter where you moved on the screen, you were still going to get smacked in some shape or form. And then when they added supers into the game in 7, I was just like, why? Why is there supers in this game? This game has survived without superpowers, super like attacks like that this entire time. Why are we having supers in this game? This is not Street Fighter. I don't care.
Whoopee?
Now,
Yeah, with the critical arts, or no, not critical arts, the super moves. Yeah, I feel you. No,
like,
I'm with it. There's not a soul that likes that. But go on. I'm sorry.
no, that's what I'm saying. But that is the only reason I didn't like. It fell off for me. Like, I'll still play Tekken. I'm not gonna be like, oh yeah, I don't hate the series, but it is my least favorite of the fighting games. I will play it over and over, but it's not for me. I'm a 2D fighter, definitely. So the only real 3D fighter that I absolutely adore is Bloody Roar.
Furry.
But like I said,
Respect.
I didn't want to put that in my top 3 because I know someone else is going to have that in there. So I wanted to give that person that shine with it because I know it means more to them.
Well, I was gonna say,
It's not your
Lobo,
fault. We still love you.
I was gonna say, Lobo, there's multiple people who play that game in this chat right now, so I could see anybody putting that in outside of me.
Oh,
Well, that's why I said. Well, I know that, but that's why I said I didn't want to put it in mine because I know someone else will. It'll get its love no matter what.
Right.
You're right.
That's fair enough.
That's fair.
All right,
And I guess
Tekken.
that's it for me on that one.
That's fair. I mean, after Tekken 5, a lot of people did drop off because that was a big shift. They changed up the way combos worked as a whole for that game.
Right.
Facts.
So yeah, I mean, you're not wrong.
Nah, yeah. I also agree. I think that Tekken is very much an acquired taste.
You think so?
Yeah, I definitely do.
Like, okay. Let me ask you, current Tekken.
Right.
But do you think after 5, you still think
Well-
it was a required taste?
I think it's a lot easier to go in to the older games because, for one thing, when they came out, there was like 2 other fighting games that existed, so it's like pick which one you want. Second, there's all the characters are very simple. You know, it's more simplified kind of gameplay style. I'm not I don't think it's really acquired taste that it's a complicated game, but it's such a grounded experience that I don't think it would grab someone like Dragon Ball or even like a Guilty Gear or Blaze Blue would. You know what I'm saying?
Ah, Guilty Gear. I love Guilty Gear.
I get what you're saying. I got you.
Yeah.
Right, like, are you
what you're
saying, like, there's no way to build a foundation for Tekken without just playing Tekken beforehand?
Yeah, I think it'd be really hard to jump into Tekken 7 having never played a Tekken game before.
Well, no, I
You
agree
would
with you.
suck.
I agree
You'd
with
hate
you.
it.
I agree with you on that one. Like, so far as like jumping in straight to Tekken 7, I agree 100%. But you know what? Never mind. I'm away from my turn. I'm away from
Trash
my
is
turn.
trash, no matter what.
Oh, that hurt me. That.
Sorry, Jamaican shake is rubbing off on me. I don't know what's happening.
Gross.
Oh man, that hurt. But I got it.
Shake.
Alright, so we have Dragon Ball Z, Budokai 3, then we have Dragon Ball Z, or I guess Dragon Ball Fighters, and Marvel vs. Capcom 2. What a list.
Yeah, some good and bad in there for sure.
Alright, and that was Lobo Berry Crunch's list, everybody. The good, the bad, the ugly, and everything in between. Okay, so the next person whose list I want to hit is Bonsai Wolfburger's list.
All right. So it's funny after what Lobo just said about his number one and how he didn't want to copy from me, because my number three, I didn't want to take away from him because I knew NBC was going to be his number one. So otherwise, that was going to be my number three. But I'm switching that. No, I thought about this and then I switched up to a thing because NBC 2, I like it. It defied my fighting style, but for a number three top game, it's not there. And mine's actually goes to Tekken, which is why this is kind of ironic.
Ooh,
Oh,
because
man.
Tekken's his most made game, but NBC 2 is his most liked.
I'm so curious now.
Before we like to recognize that Lowberry Crunch is leaving the chain.
He's gone forever.
You did.
But I was one of the people who pushed me to get in the chain. Damn it!
We never liked you, Bonsai.
You was adopted.
Oh my god! I'm glad I was adopted. I'm living a better life than what my original parents would have gave me.
Oh, that's dark.
Oh,
That's
man.
mad
Oh
dark
my
right
god,
now.
that just went a whole different way.
And
Oh,
you heard it
jeez.
here first, everybody.
But
And back to your list, please.
Right.
I'm telling you,
Yes,
Mom.
please go back to that list.
So yeah,
My
back to my
God.
list. So like I said, MVC 2 could have been there. It really, I will say, MVC 2 really defined my fighting style for all fighting games.
Keeps. That's your third, right? That's your third, right?
It's not my third. Tekken is. I'm just
No,
putting
yeah,
out there that MVC was almost there. And the reason
sorry.
why it could have almost been my third because it correlates to you, Nightmare. You and me had some epic matches on MVC 2. It really defined my fighting style to this day. Now, the only reason why Tekken takes his place, because Tekken's the game that always made me strive to be a better fighter in fighting games, especially on it. Like when I fought every single one of you guys, that game pushed me to just want to be a better gamer all the time.
See, that's probably one of the single most important things that a fighting game can bring out of somebody. Like the will and the drive to get better.
Yeah, and I will say, Tekken was that game for me. Like I played multiple games where I'm either way better than someone or way worse than someone, but Tekken's that one game that I always just like, nah, I gotta keep stepping up. I gotta do this. I gotta find out my way. Because y'all all know this, I'm not a combo heavy character or person. I can't use characters like 10-hit combos and stuff like that. Tekken was one of the few games where I could make my own combos up and still like go blow for blow with other people without like 2D games. If you find out like a set combo, you can keep someone in the corner with it and just destroy them the whole match without them doing anything. Whereas Tekken, you don't need a huge combo to beat the everlasting crap out of someone.
I mean, that's fair. Yeah, because Tekken's very movement heavy, and since you like to be really mobile, that's kind of perfect for you.
Yeah, especially like my favorite characters like Xiao Yu and Jun and them. Like, I don't need a whole combo set. I just have to look for what I can outspeed you with, what I can outdodge you and hit you with. Look, instead of having counter attacks, I can counter your momentum. It's actually like a martial arts based thing. Use someone's momentum against them. I can do that with these characters.
Yeah, it sounds like you want to be picking these top tier bro characters.
Nah, I can't even say that in Tekken. I can't even say that he does it in Tekken.
I don't know, man.
Like
I can. As much as I want to agree with you on that one, I can't say that in Tekken because IU is not a top tier character.
Says who?
No, I think she is on this game. I think
on
on this one
Tekken 7?
She was for a while.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be
like
honest,
she is.
I don't know. I'm just saying shit.
No, because the only reason I can say that. No, I can remember because when Negan originally came out, I remember Jamaican Shake looked up the tier list. I think Xiao Yu was number 2 or 3.
I'm about to look it up now.
Well, she's not up there now.
Okay, yeah, but yeah. I have my discrepancies with like rage arts and stuff like that, but
That's
the
what they
Tekken
call it.
series in general, I will say is my number 3.
Okay. Is there a particular Tekken that you gravitate towards?
Off the top of my head, I want to say 6. I really but that's more of a memory. Now that I think about it, that's more of a memory thing. I have my best Tekken memories playing Tekken with you guys.
On Tekken Tag?
Yeah. Well, no, Tekken 6 in general though. Like even without tag, just like I got to play you guys with that. That's like Tekken 6 is the one that was like, all right, now that I'm playing real good players, I need to step my shit up.
Nice, man. And like you said, it drives you to get better at these games.
Yeah, Tekken Tag was just fun for me because I had another character who I really loved to use.
They gotta bring her back, man. Okay. Does anyone else have anything to say about that?
I'm good.
Tekken 5 is the best Tekken.
I agree.
Definitely has one of the best boss fights.
I also agree.
Paul Phoenix. Let your hair down.
Enough said.
Paul Phoenix. That's it. It speaks enough.
Mike drops the mic.
I'm so curious. Now, I'm not gonna lie. I'm so curious about your 2-in-1. I'm super curious about your 2-in-1.
I feel like 2 will surprise you more than my number 1.
All right, let's hear it.
My number 2 is the entire BlazBlue franchise.
I knew it.
Not shocking. Not shocking, to be honest with you.
Man, just from like the moment I watched like my first like E3 trailer for BlazBlue, it always intrigued me. Like when I first saw it, I was like, man, what is this game? Is this made by the same people who made Guilty Gear and stuff? It looks fun. Then I got my hands on it wasn't a beta, it was like a demo or something, and I played it. And you only could use 2 characters. I was like, man, this is so fun. And I was like, yeah, this is decent. Then one day I played it with Nightmare the Food Chain. He had the full game and I didn't have it yet. And I was using Tao Kaka because that's what I got to use on the demo when I played it. And he was like, yo, you're really good. Do you have any other characters you know how to use? I was like, no, I haven't touched this game that much outside the demo. He's like, oh man, you should give this character a try. She feels like she would be your game type. And that was the introduction of me using Noel Vermillion!
Oh, God.
His biggest regret ever!
I can't believe it was you.
It was you all along,
I actually freaking regret it so bad.
I know you did. All this time.
I did. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
I will kill you now.
Yeah, and Noel is one of my favorite fighting game characters to use ever. Thanks, Nightmare.
Even to this day?
Even to this day, like, sometimes I'll pick up BlazBlue just to use her. And nothing else. But, that's also another growth. Because after I got used to her and played with her online and stuff, and would play with Nightmare and other people, it was always like, there was a certain trend with Noel. And that was, oh man, Noel's easy. You just gotta be careful because she'll start abusing her drive system.
Right.
And my goal was to be a Noel who could beat the crap out of people without having to rely on the drive system. And it was hard at first because you need the drive system to do a lot of her stuff. Like she's based around her drive.
True.
But I kept practicing. I found out that I can really use her good with her speed in air. Like she's one of my favorite people who relies on my fighting game stuff, speed in air. It was to the point like Nightmare would help me by using her. He'd be like, "All right, I'm just gonna spam the drive system the whole time, show you it's not that hard to use her." And then I would beat him on mirror match. And he's like, "Okay, you know a little something compared to these other Noels out here." And I don't know. The story is very confusing about BlazBlue. Like, don't get me started about the story mode. But as far as like the system itself and all the characters that they introduce and the specials and stuff they introduce with each game, I love it every time.
I just wish that they would introduce like a whole new roster of characters, then like 2 to 3 of them in each one, because that was my issue that I had with Continuum Shift. Because Continuum Shift had like the 3 new characters, and I was just like, don't y'all Capcom this game.
Well, again,
I still love the series.
Every single one though, like they needed it with like every single BlazBlue. They introduced like 3 new characters instead of like a whole roster of new characters.
Yes, and I would give it the benefit of the doubt on this because they always introduce characters from their story modes that you're like, oh man, who's that person? I wonder if they will become a character. That's what they did every time. They never introduced like a brand new character other than like the last one where they introduced Kagra the General. It was always someone from the story mode that you're just like, oh, I wonder who that is.
That makes sense.
No, I'll give you that. But like I said, that was my only I don't have a lot of gripes about BlazBlue because I love that series just as much as you do. Because I love Arc System games. They're amazing.
Yeah.
But that's like the only thing I could pick out. I was just like, man, can y'all just give me like an extra 2 more new characters? Because I didn't get Continuum when it came out. I got Continuum Shift 2 when it came out. Because that one had more characters added to that one.
I think that might have been my first one, Continuum Shift.
Yeah, it was. It was.
Yeah, y'all introduced me to the BlazBlue. Like, going into all this, I didn't even play BlazBlue at all. I wasn't even interested in it until y'all.
Another funny thing about like my connections with you guys with BlazBlue is we weren't like close yet, but one of the very first games I played with the Jamaican Shake was BlazBlue Continuum Shift 1.
That is true.
Like he just randomly popped up at the Hot Price's house and he was like, "Hey, I'm this guy," and we played this game together. And after that, we was like, "Nice to meet you." And then lo and behold, I run into him again, and we just kept jamming out ever since.
Yeah, after we first met, I remember I turned around and said, "Man, this guy's lame." And then I just like,
that's usually everybody's first impression.
That wasn't mine. Mine was you were terrifying, and I thought you were going to beat the crap out of me.
That was not mine. Actually,
yeah, I know your first impression of me.
You already know mine's with you. You know mine's with you. Like I give you way too much credit. Not in a bad sense, but I give you way a lot of credit for the game that I hope is your number 1.
Man, I met Steve when I was a young weeblet in middle school. And meeting someone who was older than me and liked anime the way that I did, I was like, this man is the greatest.
Just in case y'all wonder who that is the Champ Special.
Apologies for coming in so late.
Also, actually, now that Protege the Protege Deluxe is in here, one of the first games I ever played with him was BlazBlue on my PS Vita.
That's random.
What was it?
My PSP Go. It was on BlazBlue Continual Ship on my PSP Go.
Okay.
He used Ragnar.
I didn't realize BlazBlue was on a handheld.
Yeah,
bro.
Yeah, that was the first time I'd ever even played the game itself.
Damn.
You did the crossplay, John.
Buzzard, was it on handheld?
Yeah, it was Continuum Ship 2.
That was the first time I'd ever played it.
I'm not even gonna lie. I thought it was only on console. I'm not even gonna lie.
They only did it for Continuum Shift.
Okay, never mind then.
But yeah, Blaze Blue #2. It gave me one of my favorite fighting game series. One of my probably my #1 favorite fighting game character. Like even as we're talking on this party chat right now, my gamer tag picture is Noel Vermillion from Blaze Blue. So
that's the truth.
It really is.
He ain't even lying.
As you can see, y'all. As y'all can see.
They can't, but.
Oh, they can't.
But he's telling the truth.
Believe us, please.
Just ugly picture of some dude. Some ugly
We're
dude.
not lying this time.
I promise.
Did anybody else want to say anything else about Blaze Blue before I go to my #1?
I will. Blaze Blue is really fun game, really good. Don't even worry about the story. Just play the game. The story.
Yeah, honestly,
I agree.
The
Actually,
story is all over the place.
Don't even worry about that.
Gameplay wise, it is great.
You get the general gist of.
I feel like that's the thing with
the
any
Mark
fighting
8.
game. They always have a story that's just everywhere that doesn't make sense.
I think
True,
Blaze
true.
Blue is even further.
well, the thing
further
about
beyond.
the thing about Blaze Blue is that as long as it's English dubbed, unlike the last one that came out, as long as it's English dubbed, you do learn a lot about each character and the general story just through gameplay interactions between the characters.
Wait, Mick Wolfie.
Yeah.
Did they do that with the new one?
No,
Like,
there's no English dub. There's no English dub, so I don't know.
Wow.
Yeah, and they didn't subtitle it either. So like,
Excuse me.
they would say something in Japanese.
I did not know
Yeah.
that. I did not know that. I'm sorry. I feel so out of place now.
Banzai
You should.
sounded angry when you said that.
Who said you should?
Patience.
All right,
Forget
so
you.
that was your #2,
Yeah.
and the coveted
I'm-
#1 spot goes
I'm
to.
confident with his #1.
We already know what my #1 is.
We all know what your
Say-
#1 is.
say-
Let
say
them know.
And that game is Jump Force!
Hey yo,
No!
jump
Stop
on,
it!
baby,
Stop
get him.
Stop that!
We know it isn't Jump Force. My
I would like to
#1
move
game
forward
series.
with the eviction of Bonsai Wolfburger from the food chain.
Finally!
Yeah, get that guy out of here.
Shit, that was loud. My bad.
No.
Say
We already
it,
know what my
Banzai.
#1 is.
Say
I say it on
Banzai.
every podcast. Mother
Say
freaking
it.
bloody roar!
There we go! Yes!
Fucking
See, that's why I didn't pick it.
my all-time favorite gaming franchise of all time. Please bring it back. But yes, I will. This game is the only game I have muscle memory like 100% for.
Oh,
I have a
man.
tattoo of this game. I got my
wanna
friends to the
talk-
game.
I want to talk so much on this one. I so want to talk so much on this one, but go ahead.
So, background story, if y'all never heard me say on the podcast. Bloody Roar was one of my favorite first games I got for my PS1. It was Micro Machines was a racing game, and Bloody Roar. And at the time, I had a pet wolf. So, I was already had a bias for wolves at the time. And I ran into my other favorite fighting game character of all time, Yuko the Wolf.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I can't even say more. He's my favorite. He's my favorite fighting male character of all time. No one will ever replace him. And I never knew when new Bloody Roars came out. That's the thing about that. I always randomly stumbled upon a new Bloody Roar because it wasn't super popular back then. The fact that I know more people will play it now is weird to me because I didn't think people knew about it.
Cause your ass didn't go to arcades.
I did. They didn't have Bloody Roar at arcades.
Wait, was it arcades?
Yeah, they did.
That-
Yeah.
which ones? Because I didn't see them.
Yeah, I know. I've gone to the Philly one so many
Funscape?
times. I've never seen a Bloody Roar
When
system
we
there.
had Funscape was up there, there was a couple. There was one, the hot spot off Miller
I've
Road.
never
There's
saw
another
a
one
Bloody Roar at
downtown Warrington.
Funscape.
Bro, are you kidding me?
Me either.
Yeah, there was
serious.
always a line there.
I've never seen one at Bloody. I've never seen a Bloody Roar at Funscape.
It was Bloody War. I think it was 2 was there.
2?
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow! I gotta see that one. I actually gotta look that up now.
Dog, I swear it was there because it was me and my cousin Danelle. We used to go up there a lot.
Bloody War 2.
They used to beat my ass.
Wait.
Y'all talking about arcade systems?
You know what?
Yeah.
You might be no.
Yeah, they have arcade
He
systems.
might be right. He might be right. Cause you know what? I'm sorry, Banzai. Go ahead, continue on.
Well, I was gonna say I didn't know that, but my history with Blade War was finding random games, and then with my friendships with people, I finally got challenges. So like when I met Hot Fries, old member of the food chain, the very first game we used to talk trash about was Blade War. Because when I first met him, he was like, "Yeah, I'm playing this game kind of anyway right now," and I used to be like, "Oh, I play Blade War. It's one of my favorite games. I'll beat the crap out of you on that game." It's the only game I'm actually cocky on. Like I can like, okay, can I be cocky on this game? And then I beat him like most of the time. And I was like, oh yeah, cool, I can be cocky on this. Then I ran to my boy Nightmare of the food chain, and he was like, oh, I play me some Bloody Roar. And Nightmare of the food chain, I hold him up as a nightmare because any fighting game I played him in, he is like leagues ahead of me. Like I grew into a person who could be a challenge to him, but most fighting games I could not beat him in. Bloody Roar was one of two games that he's like, yo, you're really good at this. Like, if I had to fight you in this game, like in a tournament or something, I would be scared. I'm like, dog, I'm actually good at this game. It's not just me tooting my own horn, just wanting to play with this wolf guy and be like, yeah, I'm fun. And then one of my favorite memories from MagFest, I used to tell Jam Shake and McWhoopie all the time, yo, I love Bloody Roar. It's my favorite game franchise. I'm decent at it. And then we saw that they had it on their list at MagFest. So I popped the disc in, and they're hyping me up the whole time. They're like, yo, show us this Bloody War, blah, blah, blah. And as soon as we popped the disc in, no practice or nothing, this is me going off of like 10, 15 years never playing it. And this guy comes out, he's like, hey, yo, I'll play you. I'm like, okay. Beat the everlasting dog. I beat the everlasting crap out of this guy. Like, it was
murder.
It was not even a contest.
It's yet to be solved because they won't convict him because they know that he deserved that ass whooping.
Yo, the thing is though is that like the crazy part is that like I was right behind him, watching him do it. Cause I think you took me off, didn't you? Take me off.
I took you off, and then I fought this other guy who played God on. He's like, like he was like laughing behind you too, because he thought like you weren't doing something right. I'm like, nah, bro. I just knocked off the competition. You're easy. You're easy.
Yeah, yo, I'm sorry. Sorry, McWhoopie, but the reason why this is so much of a big issue, because like when it comes to rivalry, me and Banzai have always been like eternal rivals when it comes to like Bloody Roar. Like seeing how the way that he has become so much more of a beast than I ever could imagine.
Pun intended.
Like, I know, right? Pun intended. Like, dude, like this dude has always been a problem for me in Bloody Roar. Like Banzai, I'm not sure if he's going to touch into it, but he's always been a pain, a positive pain, but a pain in my side when it came to Bloody Roar.
Yo, you boosting him.
You really are.
I gotta give him credit where credit is due, though. That's the thing.
Yeah. I will say though, Nightmare, you made me better at that game because again, I played you again without practicing, and we were going at it. And I remember I was guarding, and you were like hitting my feet. I was like, I didn't even think you could hit people in the ankles on Blade War. It never seemed like that kind of game to me. So I was like, wow, he just unlocked parts of my brain on this game.
And low attacks? What?
Exactly, because Blade War doesn't seem like that kind of game. And then that MagFest that McWhoopie and Jamshake went against me, or went with me and went against me for the first time in that game, Wolf taught me some stuff on that game. He made my defense way better because I don't go against that many people who use Stun the Insect. So I didn't understand that Stun was more of a grappler character than I took him for.
Hey, that was McWhoopie.
Oh, Stun is playing him. And then freaking Jamshake, he used to hear me quote Blade Roar all the time, so he's like, who's the one character that you always quote? Ragey Crow. He used him, he's like, that's fun. Then he picked up Shenlong randomly and started wrecking house with Shenlong. Like, he knocked 3 people off the sticks who were just like, oh, I want to go against that guy again, because I took a break. And it's like, and then Jamshake got on. And they was like, oh, I'm going to fight you next, okay? And they would try to get through Jamshake. He absolutely destroyed them. No practice, nothing. And I was like,
That's
yo.
not the first time I played Bloody Roar.
Around
Wait,
me,
was it?
anyway.
No, I played Bloody Roar all the time.
Because you played the GameCube one. You told me that.
It
But
was
this is my
good.
first
The
time too.
GameCube one was super good though. I'll be
Yeah,
honest.
it was.
It very much was.
I will say that was the first time I played Bloody Roar 4, though. I never played Bloody Roar 4 at that point.
But
That makes sense.
yeah,
That makes sense.
at that time it was just like, man, this that game I really love. I didn't know if I was that good at it compared to other people until I went to MagFest and my boys are hyping me up who are way better at most games than me, and they're like, yo, you're really good. You're probably the best out of all of us at this game. I'm like, wow, I'm actually truly good at this game. What an epic surprise.
I'm literally emotional right now because
The
I
liquor.
seen no. This is the reason why I say this, because I seen the evolution of Banzai when they came to Bloody Roar, and seeing what he was compared to what he is now, like, it's super awesome. Like, it really is.
Don't even get started on our career profile mode matches on Bloody Roar 4. Because I showed Mick Whoopi and Jam Shake recently what career mode characters look like and how broken they are.
Yeah, they were super broken. They were super broken. I think only my character was able to go toe to toe with your Yugo.
Yeah, honestly, no one else is good because they suck. But
Ooh, dang!
Chris was kind of good, but after a while, I found out his thing with Bakuryu, and I was good. But that's it for me on my number one. I'm not sure if anybody else wanted to say anything, but Blade Wars, number one game franchise. Well, I will never not love that game.
Does anyone else have anything they want to say on it?
Well, I actually wanted to say, like, for me personally, like, I never really got a chance to actually play. I think I played you a handful of times.
Actually, I don't think we still played each other yet, Lobo.
Are you sure? I felt like, you know what? I might be thinking about me and Tato. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember
like,
we said we're gonna play each other, but we never have yet. We played each other in Blaze Blue, but we never got a chance to play Roar yet.
Never mind. Yeah, you're right. But yeah, I have like Bloody Roar was one of my favorite games of all time growing up. Like I had 1, 2, 3. I had the GameCube one. I got.
Really?
I'm staring at 4 right now. It's right on my shelf right there. I'm staring at it.
I'm also staring at 4.
Hold up. Can we take a moment aside? Wait. Are you serious, Berry Crunch? I wish I knew this. I wish I knew this.
Man, Bloody Roar was one of my favorite all-time games, but that's the one of the reasons why I didn't want to pick it up as one of my number ones, because that would have been either my number 2 or number 1 game. But I knew that it was going to be on Bonsai's list, so I was like, nah, let him give that game the love, because I know that he's got a lot more with you guys than I do. I mean, obviously now that could change, because who knows, we might start playing it now more, but
yay.
Yeah, same favorite character. I could play that game for hours and hours and hours and never get bored.
Same.
It's just such a great game, and I don't know what it is. I feel like there's like a special feel of satisfaction when you do certain things, like when you break someone through like the barrier or something like that. You beat the crap out so hard you feel them break through it.
Towards the
You're
end,
just like,
towards
nah,
the
I'm
end,
done.
Towards like the ending, like the second round on both ends. Yo, I love that.
Yeah.
As you can see, I'm a fighting game enthusiast.
He has a degree.
I'm just waiting for my turn now.
But yeah, that's all I really wanted to touch on that one. Like I'm so happy he brought that up because I love Bloody Roar just as much. So that's what I feel like. That's one of the things that me and him share because we both love the same character too.
And the same animal.
Oh, really?
And the same man. Well, I mean, he's Bonsai Wolfberg. I'm Lobo Bear Crutch. Lobo in Spanish means wolf.
What?
Does it? I did not know that.
Rosetta Stone.
I would like to interject. What Lobo Bear Crunch just says a lie. Lobo in Spanish means a pale, rocker-faced, undead space bounty hunter. That's what it means.
I'm done with you.
So what you're saying is just dead inside. Alright, cool.
Yo, I don't know how to present that right now. Oh my gosh.
All right, then sleep on it because we're moving on to Bonsai's least favorite fighting game of all time.
I want to hear this. I want to hear this. Your least favorite Banzai.
I know.
Right here in What's Justice.
Actually, that's not a bad game in my opinion.
I know, I'm just joking.
Fighter wise?
Marvel vs. Capcom 2.
I love it.
Quiet, James Shake.
Sorry, I speak facts. My bad.
More like speak trash.
I'm curious. I'm super curious now.
I don't really have
because Banzai has always been really solid in the fighting game genre.
Yeah, I don't really have a game that I like hate, but if you say something I like, fighting game series I don't like the most out of the thing, but it's an old game now, so it really doesn't count. It's Virtual Fighter.
You shut your whore mouth.
Bootleg
I'm sorry,
Tekken.
I don't like Virtual Fighter.
I enjoyed Virtual Fighter a lot.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm shocked by that.
I mean, it's not like, oh man, he probably sucks, blah blah blah. Like, no, I was decent at Virtual Fighter. It's just, I don't know, compared to like games like Tekken and stuff, I just didn't like it. I prefer Dead or Alive even over top of Virtual Fighter.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Virtual Fighter is a hard ass game, man. That thing is hard.
That's why it's so damn
I will
good.
stand by what I say that it is bootleg
I agree with you,
Tekken.
Wilbert. Whoopi, I agree with you 100% when it comes to hardness, so far as combo wise.
Like, it is hard to understand all the. It's not even. It doesn't even have that many mechanics. It's just the way it moves and plays. It's really hard to grasp if you're not all in.
Wait, Virtual Fighter came out first. How can it be bootleg Tekken?
I didn't say that. Loboberry said that.
Yeah, Loboberry said that.
The only
I
reason
still
why I would
stand by
say
what I said.
the only reason why I would say is bootleg. Is bootleg Tekken is because Tekken took off versus Virtual Fighters.
Well,
Whereas
Virtual Fighter's
Tekken-
been releasing games since 5. Like,
No,
you have to-
I agree. I agree 100%. But so far as popularity, Tekken took the place.
I think what you guys are forgetting is which region you're talking about. Over here, it didn't take off. Elsewhere, they wouldn't have had 5 games if, you know what I mean?
That's a good point.
I agree.
Arcade-wise, Virtual Fighter was one of my favorite to play in the arcade. But you know what? I'm going to actually pause that answer for Virtual Fighter because I started off as a joke as my number 1. I'm just going to put Jump Force as my hated game of all time.
Jump Force!
Damn!
It's just so unsatisfying. It could have been so good. Anyone can tell you, I was so hyped for that game. Like, it looked like it was going to be like the best anime fighter of all time. And it fucking shit on my... It took a dead-ass shit on my chest with how bad it was.
That shocks me. Legit,
Some people would like to poop on their chest.
That game is terrible.
It was. It was.
Wait,
it was extremely disappointing.
I even said on a podcast with McWhoopie, the controls just don't feel right. The story mode is broken. Like, it's like Dragon Ball Evolution, the movie, bad.
Oh god.
It looks like someone made it on like Newgrounds or Adobe and just never finished it because it's that bad.
Newgrounds was fire.
Alright, I'm gonna tell you the real reason why that game is terrible. I'm gonna tell you the real reason. You ready?
Hold on.
They gave anime characters realistic teeth.
Ew.
No, fuck that. Listen, man.
Yo.
Did you see what Cell looks like with teeth? With normal, actual teeth?
When you
like
say
they
it out
gave
loud.
him the Sonic the Hedgehog live-action first model teeth. It was gross. It was terrifying. He looked like a vampire.
Yo! That's the most petty reason ever.
No, but now that I have time to think about it, yeah, it's definitely Jump Force. It's just they didn't take the time to finish it the right way. It was very unsatisfactory. The only reason I played the story mode was to get past the first 2 missions so I could freaking get to all the characters. And I just didn't play that long. Like, J-Star, when that game first came out, that was one of the first games that we actually played like 24 hours straight with no sleep. That game stayed fun. Jump Force, it's like, okay, 2 matches. Okay, I could play literally anything else right now.
Literally anything else.
J-Star, I think, but it did a little to me. It did a little to the hype.
J-Star was the jankiest game I've ever played, but it was fun.
It was fun. Jump Force was supposed to be like the next big thing for that, the most updated version, and it sucked dick. So yeah,
I mean,
Jump
that's a
Force,
very
fuck you.
strong word. Jesus.
And it has characters who I love in it. I can have a game with like Trunks, Bakugo, Deku, Grimmjow from Bleach, and all these other people. I'm like, whoa, and it sucks.
Honestly,
There's a lot of passion.
He needs a hug.
It was probably one of, as far as fighting games go, because I mean, a lot of games were disappointments around that time. I mean, Fallout 76 came out, so that was garbage.
Yeah,
but
that was kind of a year.
In the fighting game realm, Jump Force was just, it was so much hype behind it, and then it just fell so flat.
Like Anthem.
Oh yeah,
exactly. Yeah,
actually, exactly.
It was the anthem of fighting games.
That's pretty accurate.
Yeah, I'm going to end it on that quote. Jump Force, anthem of fighting games. Boom.
All right, so we're going to end it on that quote. Perfect.
Yo, why is that such an accurate statement though? Like he said, the anthem of fighting games.
That's it, bro.
Sorry.
All right, we will move on from there. Good list, Bonsai Wolfburger. A lot of that was things we might have heard on the podcast before, but breaking it down in deeper detail is always much appreciated. Especially hearing the history between you and Pecan was always also very insightful.
Yuck.
But on that note, we will move on to the Jamaican Shake.
Oh no.
Hey.
Let's hear this.
Okay.
Yes.
So
Yes.
I'll
I'd be
preface
so
this
curious.
with some little info here. I like fighting games. I love fighting games, but I always feel like I've had a different relationship with fighting games than maybe most of the other chain, in the way that I'll never go to a fighting game by myself and be like, I'm about to start playing this. I feel like a lot of that stems from playing with y'all, wanting to actually be okay at games. So the list that I've created, I don't know if I could really say they're my 3 favorite fighting games, because to me my favorite fighting game isn't really a game, it's the series. So I'll just start. So I won't say that these are my top 3 of all time, because in all honesty, it would probably change by the day or the year or whatever. So I don't really want to say they're my top favorite, but I'll start with a fighting game that I really, really enjoy. I don't have anyone to really play it with, but I love it, and I think it's slept on. And that is the Power Rangers fighting game, Battle for the
Time
Grid.
out. Bro, I got it.
I also have it.
You got it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're lame. Was it Darnell or Mike who bought that one?
Just saying.
But go on.
We're going to link up after this.
But I think it's a lot of fun, man. The Power Rangers, I never call by. I think it's Battle for the Grid or something along those lines. But I just think it's a really, really fun game. It's something that I feel like I've wanted since I was 8 years old. Who doesn't want a Power Rangers fighting game that's actually good? And yeah, it's lower budget, but I mean it's got a lot of heart and pride in there that I think reflects so well. There's so much cool stuff you can do. I wish more people were into it.
That's kind of the pitfall of having a more low budget game. There's not as much advertising. There's not enough pushing for it in tournaments and stuff.
Exactly, but it's doing its thing. They're dropping characters left and right, and I'm always with it. I always have it downloaded. I love it. I think it's a really, really fun game. But no one in the food chain likes me, so that no one actually plays it.
I was
That's
actually
that's true.
I mean, I don't
That is
like you,
accurate.
but
That's
I
accurate.
was going to say, the few times that I've played with you and McWhoopie, it's always been a fun time. It's definitely a solid game in my opinion.
It's very
Honestly, I
solid.
didn't even know it
Awesome.
existed. I'd love to play it.
We should all link
Oh,
up
good shit,
after
bro.
this.
That's your first L. That's your first mistake.
Not being aware of a small title's existence, my bad.
Yes.
I will say, thanks to you, Jam Shake, the freaking the Quantum Rangers lines are always stuck in my head, and I'm always like randomly pausing my head because I'm like, I'm feeling inspired every
Bro,
time.
they went with like he's voiced by the same guy who voices Virgil, and they just memed that shit up, bro. Like there's just Virgil lines all throughout that, and that's so cool. 'Cause I love freaking Devil May Cry. Besides the point,
Now,
that's my number 3.
would you
What were
say
you saying?
how would you rank the Power Rangers games roster? You think it's a good roster, bad roster?
Well, I think right now it's very solid because it's also not a full price game. It's also, I mean, at points that now you can get that boy on sale for like $15. But even at day one, it was only like, I think 30.
Yeah, it never was full priced.
But it's a growing roster, and the second fighting pack, and that had freaking Quantum Ranger, Shadow Ranger, and the Lion Ranger. I forget his name, Daishi or something from Jungle Fury. And they were all so cool. Like, they were so cool characters, all so unique. And I think, every fighting pass that comes out next just going to be cooler and cooler.
The fact that they incorporate characters from the comics is really cool, too.
Exactly. And comics.
Well, that's
stuff,
where
just
your
to go
actual
even
story
deeper.
comes from.
True. Very true.
Now, did they ever solve that problem that you and I were having that other day with the time?
I was actually going to ask that too.
I haven't played it in a bit, so I'm not 100% sure. I know they've still been updates. I've added them on Twitter many times with no avail. I'm not sure, though. I will say publicly, put an infinite time on that boy because timeouts are hella. But I will say, when I started playing online again and starting to really get these combos down, I did run into way less time issues. Like, you can really start dropping health like crazy. But it's similar to us with Samurai Showdown, where we don't play very much. So we're always just kind of okay at the game, aside from Darnell. All
right, that was your number 3.
All I'm saying is all of you can burn in hell.
And Darnell sent us there. Okay, so that was your number 3. And what would your number 2 be, good sir?
My number 2, we've already heard this one before because I'm a dirty basic. But probably Fighters, honestly, Dragon Ball Fighters. Okay. On the basis that I'm trash at it. I'm bad at that game.
Very good.
However, it's one of the only fighting games like that I played in recent years that not only do I really not get mad when I lose, every time I lose, I'm like, dang, I see why I lost and I want to grow. Like, other games like Street Fighter, I'm just like, dang, like, you got me. But I'm not always, like, feel like I want to get better. Same with Tekken. I'm comfortable. Fighters kind of really inspires me to want to be better, like, at the game. Like, I'm currently Majin ranked. I'm not going to gloat because that's low. Trash levels. I lost it yesterday and I had to regain it again because I'm garbage. But the fact that it made, like, when I lost it, I said, oh, hell no. I'm getting it back. No other fighting games made me want to do something like that. Never.
That's super important. That's such a super important fact.
First of all, I've never cared about rankings, period. I rarely play online ranked in most fighting games, except for Fighters. And it could be because I'm like a nerd and I've been playing Dragon Ball games for years. So it's just like kind of comes very natural. And like the characters that I know and like, I can just immediately pick. Like, I know most people on the planet knows Dragon Ball. So it's an experience in that sense. I don't know. It's just a really, really fun game for me. I enjoy it. It's the only game I really enjoy watching, too. I watch people play Fighters all day, every day. Like, it's crazy. It hit me different.
It is a very kinetic game, and there's always something to learn. Like, there's never a point where you stagnate. Like, if you stagnate, it's by your own choice. You could be getting better, but you're not.
Exactly. Plus, what Lobo was talking about earlier, we're getting characters by the day, or not day, but you know what I'm saying. Like, we were third season, 4 or 5 characters coming this season, with one already out. We're waiting on the GOAT, but he'll be out eventually. and it's just always fun for me. I don't know what it is. Like, we'll play, like, me and you are freaking whoopee. We went, like, we can go, like, 30, 40 rounds and not even realize that we went 40 rounds.
Word, and it happens way more often than I'd like to admit.
It's crazy.
Yeah, we just keep hitting that rematch button, and it never gets boring.
Yeah, it's just not a boring game. Like, I could probably play that game for hours and really not get bored. Like, it's probably one of the first fighting games that's hit me like that. I'm trash at it, though. But I'll get better.
I think everybody here wants to punch you in the face right now for saying that.
Does anyone have
also,
any?
To touch on that, Goku, Ultra Instinct Goku should be out May 7th. They put an official date on them.
Well, May 7th is like a month away, and I don't want to think about that. But
That's a long way away. That is a long way away. Anyone else have any comments to add to Jamshake's choice?
You need to be stopped.
Oh God, I hate that saying.
Well, given your number 3 and your 2, would you want there to be more fighting games made out of already existing IPs?
I mean, yes. I don't think it hurts anything. You know, like I think having like existing like IPs and stuff definitely benefit. Like Blaze Blue, I think, is a lot harder to advertise than Fighters would be, because who doesn't know what Dragon Ball is versus Blaze Blue? Most people can't even pronounce Blaze Blue right.
Damn.
Most
people say Blaze Blue.
It's spelled Blaze Blue.
Are you serious? There's people that pronounce it Blaze Blue.
Yeah,
I know a lot of people that
Blue
used to
before
call
I
it Blaze
knew
Blue.
it.
They used to yell at me for saying Blaze Blue. And I'm like, if you
I
play
don't
the
know what
game,
game you guys are talking about.
If you watch Ragnar, especially in the English dub, Ragnar actually says it when he's like activating Blaze Blue. And I'm like, see? It's Blaze Blue.
That's what I'm saying. Like, Ragnar says Blaze Blue.
I don't understand this game you guys are talking about. It's called Ragnar the Blood Edge. That's the name of the game.
No, stop that. Stop that. He's not that broke. I'm sorry.
I love it. About Kokonoe.
Wait, is Kokonoe now the brokest character in the game?
Not in the newest one, no. But the one before that, fuck yeah.
And you disagreed on us so hard about it.
Who, me?
Yeah, you, bro. It was you.
Yeah, Kokonoe's dirty busted, bro.
But that's for a different. Actually, that was a past podcast. We don't need to talk about it now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was.
I've always been
consistent
with Noel.
What?
I said Noel. I said Noel. I said
Nah, but we'll talk about that. I'm really excited to hear number 1 from Jam.
That's for another time. Now we're on Jamshake's number 1 favorite fighting game of all time.
I can't wait to hear this.
My number 1 favorite fighting game of all time. I think this is probably. I guess you could probably argue it. Some people don't like to hear it, but this probably makes the most sense for me if anyone's been around me my whole life, which, I mean, I met some of y'all when I was like 12, which is a long time. I was fucking ugly then. I still am. But
you were never ugly.
You was
beautiful,
always handsome.
Eternal.
You was always handsome.
My number 1 is definitely Smash Bros. Ultimate.
Okay.
That's fair. That's very fair.
That's fair. Yeah. That's fair. That's legit fair.
A lot of people don't like to call Smash Bros. A fighting game, but you know the only thing you're doing is fighting each other, so I think it's kind of like a moot argument.
No, it is a fighting game.
I think it's evolved into a fighting game thanks to the communities. Like, it's become a fighting game more and more because of the communities.
Well, I won't say it became a fighting game. I'll say it was accepted as a fighting game. Because I feel at its core, it's supposed to be a fighting game. Like, literally, that's all you did.
I've never called a party game, Smash Bros. A party game on the sole fact that, to me, a party game is like Mario Party. Like, that's a party game.
Yo,
like,
when you turn anything to a one-on-one, it's a fighting game.
Yeah, like a
That's
party
the
game.
shit.
I understand it might not have the technical fidelity of Street Fighter, Tekken, or whatever. At that point, now it's pretty technical, but
Yeah.
to me, you're still beating up each other, and that's a fighting game. I'm sorry, like
Yeah,
a
once it
1v1
turns
fighting each other, that's a fighting game.
Word, yeah,
exactly,
100%.
exactly. Once it turns to 1-on-1, it's a fighting game. Like if it's multiple players, then yes, it's a party game. But once it turns to 1-on-1, it's a fighting game.
Right. That's
I'm
fair.
sorry,
That's
I
also
agree.
fair.
I agree. I
See,
agree.
But
I don't know. I can't say that because then you got games like. Sorry to interrupt. I didn't mean to.
No, you're good.
But you got games like I mean there are the wrestling games you can have multiple people. There are
Cosign.
things like Tekken Tag that's multiple. MK9 that was multiple. You know what I mean? You could have like tag teams or
but
something.
shit-
And even what's that one? And Def
Naruto
Jam.
Clash of Ninjas.
But
that too,
Jim,
but
but Jim
Ninjas
Shake,
lit.
but Jim
What's up?
Shake. Once it turns into a 1-on-1, do you not consider it to be a fighting game now?
oh no,
Oh,
because-
nigga, fight game
because-
clear
I'm
though.
making the argument that
Nightmare.
Because
it's supposed to be a fighting
you're
game with
pushing
multiple-
aside everything else, and it's
Well,
just
no.
you and this person.
Oh no, 100%.
No, yeah, no. I'm saying what I was saying back from my earlier statement is because when the creator made the game, it was never meant to be a fighting game. He considered
Agree.
it a party game. That's
Agree.
why there was like
Agree.
items and all that other stuff. That it was always meant to be a party game. The communities, the fighting game communities, turned it into a fighting game because like we would do
Exactly.
things like turn the items off and pick neutral stages where there weren't like things that could kill you, and it would be
Yeah,
you
yeah.
versus whoever, beat each other's asses. Last one standing wins.
Respect.
So
yeah.
I think we as a community eventually turned it more into a fighting game because he to this day still won't accept it as a fighting game. He just that's why he doesn't like fill in for everyone's like wants and needs because everyone complains about like certain characters not being in it.
No, but Lobo, I agree with you, but this is where it comes to the point of the 1-on-1 aspect of fighting games. Because if you look at 1-on-1 versus all together, it's always been one versus one character. And when you do that with a Smash games, it's technically now a fighting game.
No,
Because
that's
there's no
word.
other
That's what I
person.
said.
I don't think anyone's saying it's not a
Okay,
fighting
I'm
game.
sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
word.
sorry,
That's
I
not what
thought-
we're saying at all.
Yeah, we're not saying it's not a
sorry,
fighting game.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that when it was originally considered a party game when it was created.
Okay.
And then
okay, never mind.
and then
I'm
the
sorry.
community, we as the players, turned it into a fighting game.
Because
Okay.
we're awesome.
Okay, I got you. I got
The
you.
fighting game community adopted
Sorry
it.
about that.
Where
Sorry
dude
about
started like, hey, yo, F all these items, dog. Put on Final Destination, let's go.
Exactly.
I'm gonna say, yeah, yo, who
I heard you talking
used
shit, man.
item
Yo,
on,
Final
Final
Destination, one stock each. Let's do this.
One
The only
stop.
the only time it isn't a fighting game is just when it becomes a hate game. When someone's like, "Hey, yo, that man still got 4 stock."
No, that's just survival of the fittest, Bonsai.
Yeah,
that's all that
At,
is.
at that point, yeah, it is.
It's just a tragedy at that point.
All right.
Unless
all
you're
right.
Mick Whoopi or
All right, the Jamaican Shake. Why was it your favorite?
I mean, I've been playing Smash Bros for years, literally my entire life, and I guess it could be unpopular. A lot of people still ride the waves of Melee being the best. I think Ultimate is by far the best one that's ever come out. Balance-wise, roster-wise, it's crazy. Some of the characters in there, it's like crazy. I can't even believe it, yo. Like years ago, I would see, fan-made pictures of the roster, and like I'd be like, man, imagine if Banjo Kazooie's in there, and he's in there. Like that's crazy to me. Like I'm seeing it evolve for like all these years. It's just like truly an experience.
100%.
You kind of like you're
my
growing
man
up with
Joker
the game.
from Persona, bro. Persona in freaking Smash. Terry in Smash, bro. Are you kidding me? Like,
Yeah.
how
that's-
can you possibly look at it and not want to play this game? Ryu, Ken, It's an 80+ character roster at this point. Like,
Word.
With
more to come.
They brought in some really good characters.
Yeah, it's like incredible. Like, and it's one of the only games that I've ever been confident in that I'm like, oh, I'm about to run this young man. Like, this young man's about to be destroyed.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, but it might just be me like growing up with the series as a whole. But I'll play Smash Bros. Literally at any point, all the time. I don't even care. It's great.
And you're good at it, so.
I am. I'm good at Smash. I'll say that for sure.
But you won't admit how good you are on fighters? What the hell?
What are you talking about,
like,
bro?
Here we go again. He is king at Smash, though.
No, for sure.
And we had to sit here and like talk about King between McWhoopie and Shake.
Yeah, most of the matches, or not most, all of the matches usually end off between those two.
No, I said it on the podcast.
Legit.
I beat him fair and square one time, and that's all I need in my entire life.
After that, nothing else matters.
If
Not
you
at all. I
ever,
retired.
if you ever get to like the same exact league as them, then you're good.
No, I said it on the podcast before. I think Jamshay, he 101. I think he beats me every time.
It depends on the character.
I'm okay.
I agree with Manzai. It depends on the character.
Like, if it's your Ridley versus his Incineroar, it won't happen.
That's a bad matchup.
Yeah, it's a bad matchup.
But no, I definitely agree with all of y'all. Debatable besides the point, but I'm good. That's one of the only funny games I'm confident enough that I'll say I'm good at it.
Hold
I
on
love
for a
Smash
second.
Bros.
What? No disrespect to anybody, but Mike.
He's about to disrespect me.
I never knew your food chain name. What was your food chain name?
Hunger Patient.
What's a Hunger Patient?
Mike is the Hunger Patient.
Yo, I never knew that. I thought it was something else. I literally thought it was something else.
Yo, you don't know
He doesn't even know me.
Yo, I feel so bad now because I never knew what Hunger Patient.
Wow.
Time out. Out of the chain, I probably hang with you the most, with the exception of Bonsai, because he's my roommate.
But
You're fired, bro.
I always call you Mike, though. I never called you by your food chain name.
Listen here, audience. Like, we hang out all of the time, all of us, all the time. We're not like online strangers or nothing. Like, we see each other on the semi-regular basis. You should know this.
I feel bad now.
It's not even
I
real.
feel super bad now.
If I ever need to phone a friend, you are not that friend. You're fired.
God darn, I feel so bad now.
Tell me my
should.
Twitter name or you're gonna die.
Well, I guess I'm dead, baby.
Oh, man.
That's it. You're done for it.
Okay, well, that's interesting. Smash Bros. Ultimate.
Yes.
Thank you.
Alright, well, it's definitely a game that we can all get together and play, and those always are the kind of games that stick out to big groups like us.
Yeah, especially with 8-player Smash.
Especially with 8-player Smash.
Definitely, yeah.
Oh, that's a definite.
Onto.
That's a definite. Yes, 8-player Smash. We go bonkers.
8-player Smash changed the game.
Wario.
It really did change the game.
Stop patient.
Alright. Well, Super Smash Brothers Ultimate. Now, at least I'd imagine that your childhood growing up with it has a big impact on how you ingest the game as a whole.
Definitely.
Oh.
Sorry, I was drinking something.
Wait, is that your number 2?
No,
That's number 1.
one.
Alright.
Okay.
So, the Jamaican Shake's number 1 favorite game, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, with an 80+ roster, with more on the way. Now, I want to ask you, what is your least favorite fighting game of all time?
What's my least favorite fighting game of all time?
I'm actually very interested in this.
Well, I kind of have a lot of answers for this. I don't want to go too long.
Okay.
I'll say this might get hate. Maybe not from anyone here, but in general, my least favorite fighting game series is Dead or Alive.
Oh,
okay.
Nah, that's reasonable.
Okay.
That's
Very
reasonable.
Okay.
I think Dead or Alive it proves every stereotype about a video game player on the planet. It drives me insane. First of all, I once looked up the amount of DLC for Dead or Alive. I think, and not even exaggeration, it got to the thousands. And the only DLC there were like alternate bikini costumes for all the girls.
Pretty much. That's it.
And it's just like you're trash. Like all you have is hot girls, and you just push that to the fucking end of the planet, dude.
It became
so
super
annoying.
sexualized.
Yeah, but that's all it has now. That's
But Shake,
absolutely all it has.
I agree.
Shake, what about that volleyball though?
Look, that just further proves my point even more.
Low-key, volleyball was always a
Classy,
like big burst.
bro. I'm not
I
saying
don't.
I
I
don't
like
them,
big booty cheeks.
It's good.
but be classy about it, man. Like it's just,
That's always my
trashy.
thing. Be classy about it.
The only kind of cheat code for Dead or Alive 2 was if you increased your character age on the game, it made their boobs jiggle more.
I made that boobs bounce more.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
What?
And that's crazy.
That's creepy. That's creepy amongst everything
so?
else.
Y'all
I
think
mean,
so?
it's so trashy, dude. It's so lame. Like, oh, we're gonna get these horny gamers by making them titty bounce. I'm like, oh, okay. That's for like that's what I'm doing. I'm sorry. I feel like it makes a bad name for gamers. It completely agrees with it. Like, what's the number one thing that everyone says about anime fans or gamers is that they're just a bunch of like horny people living in their basement, and that does not. A game like that doesn't help. Like, it does not help.
Who got a basement for rent though?
I'm with it.
He's 100% right in that category. Yes.
Yeah.
I agree, because how the way people sit there and depict anime characters, it's always been the whole horny anime characters type of feel.
Nightmare.
Right.
When it's not.
Nightmare. I'm gonna just drop the mic by saying this. I'm pretty sure Dead or Alive is Hot Fries' favorite fighting game franchise. So we can just drop the mic with that.
Yeah,
that's my number one.
That says a lot.
The final. That's all you really need.
That says a hell of a lot.
Also, honorable mention.
Speak volumes.
I think Blaze Blue Cross Tag Battle's a fucking mess. That's the end. I think it's a mess, bro. Good idea on paper, great idea on paper. Bad execution.
But horrible in concept.
Not a concept.
Xbox is number
An
one.
execution, yes. Alright, so we have Power Rangers, Dragon Ball Fighters, and we have Super Smash Bros. Ultimate as your top 3, and bringing up the rear all the way at the end is Dead or Alive, the entire series from start to finish.
That makes sense.
One more thing before I forget really quick. Is that MVC2 is fucking garbage.
There it is.
It sucks,
MVC2?
Trash!
Trash!
He has spoken.
He has spoken.
I'll
Yes,
drop the mic with
focus.
that.
And it's done. And with that, we'll pick up the mic. We'll hand it to the hungry patient to give us his list.
Yo, low key, I'm waiting for the Shake to sit there and ask me.
Well, you
I
gotta
got
wait
so
your
much.
turn.
I got so much I want to speak.
Well, let the
All
person
right.
whose name you didn't know
Right?
get out first.
Yeah,
So
Judas.
that. God, dog, you call me Judas now?
Shots fired. Bang, bang.
All right. Hungry patient. I'm very
What up, what
curious
up?
because I can't even guess, and that's very exciting to me. So let's hear it. Number 3.
Number 3. Before I tell you number 3, I'm gonna give it a little lead in. I like a lot of the newer fight games, but as far as favorites, I see a lot of repetition in their gameplay, their gimmicks, and a lot of character models. So that's why a lot of newer games aren't on my top 3 list. But that's just the fundamental thing with me. Um, I only put number 3 at number 3 because of the quality of, well, not quality, the competitive nature of the following 2. Or I guess would see the precursor to, since this is the third. Air Guys. We talked about this in the last podcast.
Yes, sir.
It's one of my favorite fight games of all time because of the nostalgia and the gameplay that I gained from it. It was literally one of the cheapest fucking mechanics in that game to spam in a 8-way fighter. You could literally trap anybody, not even in a corner, into I think it was a square combo loop where you literally just smash the shit out the button and you won. If you had Cloud Strife in that game, you could run through tournaments. It was horrible, but that game franchise, that game itself, brought me into the fight game. I didn't play fight games before that. I was all RPGs and a couple of shooters, not really, but RPGs were my shit. And then they're like, oh, well, Final Fantasy's going to do a fight game. I was like, word? I get to play with Cloud? I'm in. And that's what opened me up to it. So it'll always have a place on my top 3 because she's my first. She popped my cherry.
I have a question, real quick.
Yeah.
Is Air Guys only Final Fantasy VII, or did it have other?
No,
like Final
only
Fantasy
Final
things?
Fantasy VII.
Okay.
That was their, at the time, Square Enix, I think they might have just been, no, I think they were Square Enix back then. But they were literally on the top of their game. Everything was
Right.
coming through them. And they were like, well, shit, Power Stone's coming out, they're doing this, Tekken was a thing. They're like, you know what? We want all this money. So they made their own fight game. They had their own individual story, but the only, I guess you would call them now, DLC characters they put in the game were from Final Fantasy VII.
Okay.
Those were the only non-Air Guys characters were from Final
Right.
Fantasy VII. I mean, you could run around as Red and attack people as a wolf. It was great. But, like I said before, the game mechanics were just shit. But it was a fun game for the time. I mean, we're talking PS1 here. So it hits that home spot for me. That was also my first 8-way fighter that I played. So after that, Tekken just fell right into place. As far as number 2, King of Fighters. Right now, I like King of Fighters 13 over 14, but KOF has always been that top of the mountain for me.
Right. I always say that KOF 13 has some of the best sprites I've ever seen.
KOF 13 was
KOF
God
13
tier.
is beautiful.
It's beautiful.
Yes.
And they kept the same formula. That's the thing that I respect about the franchise. King of Fighters is King of Fighters. King of Fighters versus anybody else is still King of Fighters. They didn't change too much. They changed a couple of things with some of their characters through the story mode as far as move sets and what moves did what as far as I forget what his name is, but one of their characters, his moves all used to travel halfway across screen, and then according to the story arc, he lost that power, so they stopped tracking across screen. I mean, it was awesome. Then they
That's pretty
brought it
cool.
back for forget, I think it was eight, 8 or 9, but not the point. King of Fighters has always been a hard game for me. A little bit of history. King of Fighters and SNK were the two games I could never beat the two guys that I wanted to beat. My cousins Irvin and Eric are literally my go-tos for video games, especially fight games. I could never get past them ever. Like they were god tier. Period. They would beat me without looking at the screen. They'd look at me kicking my ass. It was
That's
ridiculous.
disrespectful as hell.
Bro, it was just like, we don't want you on the sticks. We don't care if we're at your house. We're gonna beat you and you're gonna give up them sticks. But in order for me to get better so I could play at my play my cousins at games, I had to get better at King of Fighters. So I literally had to go through a gauntlet fighting the computer on hard just so I can compete with them. Like that was the first game I got into like multiple hit combos as far as like in the double digits. Like King of Fighters is unreal. Um and as far as my number one, go ahead.
Hold on.
Yeah.
You played did you play the games preceding King of Fighters as well? Art of Fighting,
I touched on them
Samurai Showdown and
after
all
the
them?
fact. Yeah, I played them after the fact. Well, I played Samurai Showdown before.
Okay.
But as far as like Art of Fighting and all that, I played them after I got heavy into King of Fighters. Like King of Fighters was like I'd go to my grandmom's and my cousin would be there and he'd be playing the PlayStation or whatever. And I'm like, yo, can I play? He's like, no. And then I go down tell my aunt and she's like, if you don't let him play, nobody plays. He's like, fine. So like that's when it started. Like that was how I got introduced to playing games. As far as like everything else in the genre, it was like I had to play those at arcades. Literally, I would go to the arcade at the arcade at Funscape, or I'd go to the arcade systems in like the pizza shops or whatever, and I'd play while I'm waiting for food to get done or waiting for my dad to get done talking. Like I would go to this to Scooter's record shop on Miller Road and play on his arcade games just so I could get better when it was available. I'd spend every quarter I had just so I could stand up and play fight games with my cousins.
So it pretty much
It
was
was,
a opener for you.
oh yeah, definitely, definitely.
Does
And
anyone
I've
else have
noticed since,
anything?
hmm?
Oh, sorry, I cut you off.
Oh no, well, I've noticed since the franchise has grown, even though there have been so many innovations with other fight games, King of Fighters stays true to itself. It's still in the running, but it's not like giving up um, its core just to jump onto a great gimmick. Like King of Fighters is still King of Fighters. You're not, oh well, MK has Fatal Blows. Oh, we need Fatal Blows. No, we don't. We're King of Fighters, bitch. We do what we want.
All right, it never did give up that complexity.
Nope.
Nah, I definitely, King of Fighters is a game I really like. I really think it's super cool, but I'm just not good at it. Like I can't get good at that game for some reason.
Yeah,
Really?
dude, it's hard as shit. Like, and if
Yeah.
you're not used to the button scheme, the frames, it's hard to pick up because what I've noticed, there's certain games that we get used to being in the Western world, being in a certain gaming genre. Everything tends to blend to that same formula, so that you keep your clientele, so you keep your demographic.
Right.
So it's like once you switch up the game, like what the hell? I mean, jumping off of fight games but staying on the same topic. Look at games like uh, Apex and Titanfall, Destiny, and now throw in Warframe. Now, Warframe was the first on PlayStation that was that type MMO, but the button scheme, the play style was so completely different from everything we had. Shit, we had COD for years, and they kept the same formula. Destiny adopted that formula. Division adopted that formula. Apex picked up on that formula after Titanfall. Like, everybody's got the same general mechanics, same general play style. Then you have somebody who fights that. You're only going to get certain people that can pick it up off the bat. other than that, you got to work hard at it. It's the same thing with fight games. Like there's certain fight games that never really picked up because it was too different. But at least that's my thought pattern on it.
Does anyone else have anything to add?
I love you.
I love KOF.
Love. My number one, OG favorite is Def Jam Fight for New York.
Hey,
bro, like that game in itself, being a young African American man, it was the first time I had a game outside of the Wu-Tang Fight game, which
Shaolin
I have.
style.
Yes, it was the first time that I felt properly represented in fight game culture. On top of the fact, I was never big into wrestling games. I was never good at wrestling games. It was cool, but I sucked at them. So I was like, nah, fuck this. So that game style already turned me off. I was like, bro, it's got Method Man in it. I gotta play it. And I played Vendetta already. So it was like, bro, it was a wrap. Like Vendetta and Fight for New York are literally my top because since then there hasn't been another game of its kind that swept an entire demographic, and I mean racial demographic. I cannot name any person from an urban lifestyle, black, white, Latino. Look, none of them didn't play Def Jam games. And then where we all got disappointed and let down was when they made Icon, because Icon was trash.
Yeah,
but the other
that
two,
game gives me diarrhea.
like,
What? You talking about Niggy Chimps, bro?
I'm talking about Niggy Chimps.
Niggy Chimps.
I'm talking about Niggy Chimps.
Niggy Chimps.
Bro,
nah,
like,
but I agree. That game's kind of garbage, though, for real. Wow, that's trash, dog.
Dog, I mean, and it's messed up because I'm talking about my number one and my least favorite all at the same time. Like, Def Jam Fight for New York, Def Jam Vendetta, those things were fire. The play style, great. The button mapping was awesome. It was easy to pick up even if you never played it. It wasn't too complex, but it was diverse enough that you could find what you wanted. The story mode was engaging and it played well with the game itself. Like, the story of the game made sense to play the game. It was a culture piece. It was hip hop culture, it was black culture, it was urban culture.
You know,
And
I would
then
have
they
never
made
guessed that
Icon.
you were black.
Dog, I'm Chinese. All right, thank you. No, but like, it was heartbreaking. It was insulting. It was just is Tekashi 6ix9ine.
Oh,
Dang.
Oh, jeez.
that's the game
what it
Takashi
is.
would have been in.
You're saying it's
exactly.
snitch? You're saying
It's
you
a
would snitch on?
snitch.
It would snitch on you? Dang.
It's got no street cred.
It's gonna touch little ones?
Bro, at this point, Icon and Tekashi 6ix9ine have one thing in common. It can only be played in the White House.
Dang. You're not wrong with that.
1600. Donald Trump loves that game because it's trash.
Oh, snap.
Sheesh. Damn real.
Yo. Whoever developed Icon is crying right now.
Man, you're talking so much crap about this. I'm like, if his most hated game is something other than Icons, it must be really shitty now.
Bro, that is my most hated game. Like,
Oh, okay.
of all my
It
games
is
I've ever
Icon.
purchased, it's the first one I've only taken back within a week.
Damn. Well, because you go into it expecting, like, Def Jam Fight for New York 2, and then you play it and it's Icon.
I mean, like, you had two great games, and the third in the installment, the trilogy, is like the son that your wife cheated on you and had. Like, nigga, this kid is not my baby. This is a grown purple dinosaur. You had sex with Barney. This is not my son. Who is it? I don't want it. Get it away. Burn it. Put it in a trash bag and throw it over the Golden State Bridge. I don't care. This is not my game.
Now,
That's
I'm
how
going
I
to say
feel
this.
about Icon.
I'm going to say this, and correct me if I'm wrong. The main antagonist of Def Jam Icon, the game including a large selection of rappers was Anthony Anderson, right?
I can't tell you because I didn't play it that much.
Yeah, he was.
I played the first 2 fights and took it back to GameStop.
We're talking about at the time fat black comedian Anthony Anderson.
Yeah,
Yes.
100%.
He was the main
yes,
villain.
Yes.
And then
Wow,
there
I
was,
never got that far into it.
there was
Like,
a big
who-
twist
who
villain at
does
the
that?
end.
That
That's
he was
not a
actually
big
a
twist.
rapper all
That's
this
a big
time.
letdown.
Yeah.
He got bars, bro.
Oh.
Like
No,
the
he
game mechanics
doesn't.
were trash. The fighting was unrealistic. Everything about that, like the gimmick they had in it, changing the beat and having like the stage blow up, that looks cool on trailers.
Yeah,
But
it
when
got
you
old so
actually
quick.
try to use it, it's like, what? Why would I even need this? This is dumb.
Bro, they took
Then they
away
got rid of the
blazing.
fight bar. Then they got rid of like your actual super moves. Like these are things that fight games are known for. This is kind of what a lot of people play fight games for. Then you took away a health bar. Like you really didn't get beat. You just got tired and laid down. Like, bro,
They did take a health bar away, didn't they?
Yeah,
bro,
yeah,
everything about that game was garbage.
It was
What the
whack.
hell?
Yeah, you just
It was
like,
just like,
your screen would get
ugh.
all fadey and like your character would get all dirty and stuff, and you kind of had to
That's
guess
right.
when
No,
you're about to
they
die.
did
Yeah.
did have health bars. You could get one. You had to change the settings. I do remember doing that.
You had to
That's
change a
even
setting to
worse.
get a health bar?
That's
You're
even
speaking,
worse.
You're speaking to someone who, like, for the longest time, I didn't have like a Xbox Live because our house didn't have internet. So I literally just played all of my games, and that was one of my games, and I beat the
I
fucking
am
game.
so
I
sorry.
played it all the way through the end.
Yeah,
I
goddamn.
am so
Dang.
sorry.
Can we pour
Bro.
one out?
Oh my god.
Honestly,
Ugh.
if you guys challenge me in that game, that might be the only game that I would run house in.
Oh
Because
shit,
I
you
played
know
can
what?
grab the Def Jam icon
trying.
If you
first.
challenge me in that game, I would leave. I'm not. You pull that game out at any tourney, I'm walking away. I will
It's
walk home.
absolutely a piece of garbage, and I am mad at myself that I finished because literally every fight was a pain. Like I was just like, I don't want to do this. Why am I doing this? It's like, what else are you gonna play, Greg? Like you don't got nothing else right now.
Bro, how you gonna get
Oh my
how you
god.
gonna get rid of blazing though? And you introduce a hype character like Lil Jon on the game. Like
Yo,
he
for
would have
real.
the most hypest blaze move ever,
They
probably.
had Lil Jon, they had Sean Paul in there. They had a
The
lot of
game?
cool rappers in there, dog. Yes,
Oh, the game was in
they
it.
had T.I. in there.
They lost so much going from the second to the third game. Literally, like when I talk about upheaval, they were hyping this up on BET. They were hyping it up on radio stations. It came out, and nobody talked about that shit ever again. Even Def Jam stopped talking about it, and it's their game. Like, bro, that's horrible. That's literally horrible.
They
The
did.
true. What were you saying, Keith?
No, I was gonna say they need logic on it. He just like, hey yo, Def Jam cool, but fuck Def Jam.
The true.
Bro, Logic
the
wouldn't even have put his name on that shit. It was garbage.
The worst thing about Def Jam Icon, and it's worse than it being a crappy game, it being bad, whatever, is that it 100% killed the franchise.
Yes, it did.
Yeah.
Yes, it did. And it's horrible because, like, bro, before Icon came out, they were talking about revitalizing Shaolin style.
Oh, that would be
It was
sick
like
as hell.
it was like legit not Redman. It was Method Man talking some little here and there doing an interview that he was doing a Blackout tour. It was him and Redman were in an interview, and the interviewer asked him about like, yo, what about that that Shaolin game, the Wu-Tang game, blah 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 blah. It was like, yo, we're in talks. We think about doing another one. You know, since we had so much success with EA on what was it Fight for New York. And when I heard that shit, yo, I was walking around with my chest out like, bruh, my game coming back. My game coming back. And then they came out with Icon.
Your game's not.
And I went back to KOF because at least it didn't didn't disappoint me. You know what I mean?
I also want to say,
you know what? Shaq Fu is still better than Icon.
I mean, you're right. You're right. Shaq Fu is funny. But I want to pour one out for Def Jam Fight for New York, The Takeover. Everyone forgets it exists, but I don't.
Dog, that game was nice, man. That game was nice.
Arguably, could be argued that it was better than Fight for New York.
It was for the
I'm
PSP.
just saying.
Oh, okay.
It was for
It
PSP.
was great, bro.
Had better character creation.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did.
And you could, with the way the takeover worked, is you have your 5 fighting styles, but you could go martial arts and then double martial arts and then wrestling, or wrestling, martial arts. I'm sorry, that's normal. Like, or 2 wrestling or 3 wrestling. You can go like 3 wrestlings and stuff like that.
And
You'll
they
get all
gave
these
you
crazy
so many
funky
better,
styles.
like, fight styles.
You can
It
actually
was
get the
awesome.
capoeira style in that game.
That's lit.
Yeah, it was dope.
Which was awesome for Elephant Man. I'm just saying. LA.
Elephant Man and Sean Paul.
Sean Paul.
And Dan G.
Don't forget about Dan G.
Dan G. But y'all can't hold Crazy Legs though. Let's be real.
Nobody can.
My boy was David Banner.
From the
Quicker letter, humpback, make them all die.
Man, that's a dub.
All right. And on that note, that was your least favorite fighting game of all time.
Yes.
Def Jam Icon
Yes.
flowed so neatly into your favorite of Fight for New York.
Yes.
That is
because Icon was doo-doo.
It was. Does anyone else have anything else to say on any of the previously mentioned games?
Icon is trash. I'm sorry I played it. And
Rest
I
in
paid
peace,
close
Niggy
to full
Chimps.
price when I bought it.
Rest in peace. He bought it full price, damn.
Not full price, close to. It was like, I think like 51 or something like that. It's still too much for that game.
That hurts.
You know who was with me when I bought it?
Oh no!
Who?
Someone you had a voice. You had someone else to tell you no, and they didn't tell you no.
Grapple. He didn't. He was excited for it too.
Because
we had never heard anything about it. We were like, "Yo, they made a new Def Jam. What? Let's go. Let's play it." Ass. We made a mistake.
Man, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Yeah, anything less than getting paid to play it is too much.
Honestly.
I don't even know if that's too much. Like, nah, man, you can't pay me to play that damn game. You don't got that much money. It genuinely makes me angry.
You don't have that much money.
Well, in the interim, I have a question for the group.
Go for it, man. Remember, we're live.
Oh yeah. So, has anyone else come across people during fight game tourneys that honestly forgot who you was or don't know who you was and thought they was going to run the table, and as soon as they find out that you're good, they look at you like you smacked them in the face, like,
right. Like you
I just
hustled them.
didn't say nothing.
How dare
Like, I ain't hustling nobody.
I would say Mick
I
Whoopi
just sat down
has
and picked up the sticks.
Mick Whoopi has had those moments against
All right, you don't get to talk.
a few times.
You don't get to
yeah,
talk.
it definitely happens.
I won't say that I've ever had that, but I have multiple times joined tournaments and won without actually like meaning to win.
He's filling out the
You
bracket.
was just having fun.
Absolutely, exactly. I'm just saying I've won 2 GameStop tournaments on accident. That's all I'm saying.
Watching you win the MKX one was so awesome.
Oh, the one at the GameStop?
I really wish I was here. I was there to see that.
That was tight. That was
And then
very
they
tight.
stole the register that day too.
At McDonald's, yeah, that was a wild night. So, the Chance Special, Protege Deluxe, Protege47 on Instagram.com.
That is me.
That is you. Top threes. 3, 2, 1. Let's hear it.
All right. So, sadly to say, a couple of actually 2 of my top 3 were said already. One of them being Smash, which is probably a surprise to most people. But, and another one was, damn, I can't remember which one it was now. I think it was, not Dill's number 1, but
Smash was my number 1.
yeah. That was the one. But it was another one. Who? I don't remember. Anyways, coming in at number 3 for me, because I feel like it's fallen off just a little bit since I really started getting good at it. I think that Tekken will have moved down to number 3 for me.
Damn.
That's
I'm
very
so
surprising.
Yeah.
I
All
thought
right.
it was gonna be your number one.
All right. Let's hear it.
Okay,
Yeah,
now
shit.
that saying that 100% my favorite fighting game character of all time, no questions asked, is still Brian Fury.
Shall
That will
you?
never change. Shut up.
I
That
could have
will
swore you were
never
about to
change.
say Panda.
Of course, all right. But
Panda.
never in my life will that be subject to change at all, without
Yeah,
a doubt.
don't feel bad about that, Greg. My favorite fighting character is Akuma, and I didn't even mention Street Fighter, so don't even feel bad about that.
Yeah,
Well,
That's a good point.
exactly. That being said, though, I do, like I said, I feel like it's fallen off a little bit. Like Tekken 6 was the first time that I played a Tekken uh, uh, in a tournament space. I didn't play in a tournament, but with tournament players. And that was the first time that I realized, wow, I'm pretty ass at this game. So, going back, I tried my best to get good at it when I met the chain. I ended up, even though I had an Xbox 360, I ended up buying Tekken Tag 2, which was the game that was out at the time, and started training up on it to really, really get good at it. And back then, 100% Tekken would have been my number one spot. Like, like I said, without a doubt. It's got my favorite fighting game character of all time in it.
Byron
I
Furby.
love Byron Furby, man. That's him. There isn't a character besides like Agent 47 where I get my most of my namesakes from. There isn't a character that encapsulates me better. Like he's got the same fighting style that I fought with in real life. He's got gray hair, which is my favorite color, and what I've always wanted to dye my hair. He's a ruthless, savage, killing, literal machine, and I just love him, man. He's just so cool, dog. Like seeing him beat the crap out of someone after I win. That's just how I want to be, man.
Freaking not to mention freaking on Tekken Tag 2, you and McWhoopi had the scariest tag team ever.
Yes, dog. It was all power, dog. Brenda was just
Brenda.
That was an era.
That was like the greatest of all eras. The Panda Brian team would, especially playing people online, dude. We would just be crushing them, and then it's like, oh, okay, I got Panda out of here. Maybe I can go with the Brian. No, he's strong too.
No chance. No
Get this fucking snake's edge, bro. But yeah. So that moved back down to number 3. Like going on to how it fell off. Like I said, Tekken Tag 2 was the one that was out at the time when I really started to try and get good at the game. But it was a noticeable step down from Tekken 6, which had the old tropes of Tekken with setting the handicap to 150 so the fights last longer.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Miss that every day.
Yeah, it's the same. It feels less, and 7 doesn't have it either. It makes it feel less tense. I feel like the characters in 6 felt a little more balanced. Like it never seemed like there was I mean, if a person is good, a person is good. That's not taken away from them.
Right.
But it did seem like there were less like just kind of like BS things that you were like, how did that happen? You know what I mean?
Like less outliers.
Yeah. Moves that you would get caught by, but you were clearly out of the way, and yet it's still just like, I guess it just touched your shoulder, but it launched you across the map. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It happens way too often in 7, and I just can't do it. And then they added all these stupid characters. Why did they add Noctis into Tekken? It doesn't make sense, bro.
Because they hated us.
Yeah, the roster of new characters in Tekken 7 is weak as hell.
Yes, and it's always been a game. Like, there have been a couple characters who use, like, Double Jin had the laser, Jinpachi had the fireball, you know what I mean? But
Jinpachi was a bastard.
Oh, 100%. But there's never, like, it wasn't an overabundance of guys that would use, like, projectiles. It's not a projectile game. That's not how you play Tekken. And yet now they got Akuma, who, when Tekken 7 first came out, you would just get spammed with Hadoukens over and over and over again.
Akuma's the best character.
Man, Geese came out. Fucking,
I was gonna say Protege loves him some Geese.
God, I hate him so much. That I hate him so much. And then of course, I don't remember her name. The vampire girl. She was
Eliza.
Eliza.
Yeah. Some than the others, but it just, and people will say, "Oh man, just get good at it, bro." No one really. Whatever. I played the game because I didn't like, or because I wanted a game where I didn't have to worry about projectiles, and now that's all I have to worry about. So
I can definitely see the disappointment.
Yeah, it's definitely moved down. Going into Def Jam was the second one. That's why it was close, so I forgot. But yeah, going into number 2, not gonna say Def Jam. Which card?
Def Jam my count?
Shut up. Not gonna say Def Jam Fight for New York. Which card? It was already covered by Hungry Patient, so I don't wanna get back into it.
Right. I won't lie. I feel like I should give you $51 to make up for you buying Def Jam Icon.
I was gonna say, you could.
It was absolutely just. I wish I didn't do it.
At this point, you could talk about anything because both you and me have the same number 3.
Yeah, go for it. If you want to add, go for it.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't even have Fight for New York. I had Vendetta, and then when Fight for New York came out, I'll tell you why exactly I didn't get the game, which I could have. I asked my dad about it, right? And he was like, "Oh yeah, I remember we had the first one." And I was like, "Yeah, this one for whatever reason has Danny Trejo in it."
I remember the story.
Yes,
bro.
Let's hear it.
Very obviously in the game, right? He was even on the box, and I tried to show him, and he said, "That's not Danny Trejo, bro. He had nothing to do with Def Jam Records. He wasn't a rapper. He wasn't nothing, bro. Why'd they have him in that game?" It's like that. No, get it out of my face. And I was like, okay. So I never got it. My dad didn't believe me. My dad did not believe that Danny Trejo was in that game. And why would I lie about that? Why would I know Danny Trejo's name, bro? I was like, how old? I was like 8 when that game came out. It doesn't matter.
Dad, this Danny Trejo. Shut up!
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Yeah, of course.
Do you hold any animosity towards Danny Trejo for that?
Absolutely.
You made my dad not believe me.
He did nothing. He's every Hispanic man's uncle, bro. Like I have no gripes with Danny Trejo. I just wish my dad believed me. I don't know why he didn't.
Maybe Danny Trejo had something against his dad.
I guess, whatever. Maybe they were in a fight when they were younger or something. I'm not sure.
I can see that.
But yeah, I don't know. They're just like my Hungry Patient already touched on how it brought that kind of fighting game genre to a whole different set of masses. But to me, where the cultural significance was definitely there, because growing up in a black household, always listening to hip hop and stuff, having a game where you play some of your favorite rappers, Def Jam Vendetta. My main was DMX. DMX was my favorite, one of my favorite rappers growing up.
Yeah,
my dad
DMX
would play him in the
shit.
car all the time. One time, he turned the radio down on what was it? The end of what was it? The Rough Riders anthem. Stop, drop, shut down, open up shop. At the end of it, he turned it down and he caught like 3 or 4-year-old me saying, "Talk is cheap, motherfucker." I couldn't stop myself. I was just singing along with the song. I thought he wouldn't hear me. So he caught me. But yeah, like playing DMX in that game, it was just dope, dog. Like my favorite rappers in the game, I get to play as him. I get to, fuck people up as him. It was dope. He wasn't in the second one, I don't think. But even so, they had so many fucking cool people in there. I would always I would always gravitate towards Ludacris, but when playing with Snapple Grapple. He always played him too, so I was like, well, I gotta find somebody else now. And I didn't know who I would play. But yeah, just having a game like that, it felt so much different than any other game. Like playing Def Jam and playing what's a something close to it? I guess like I don't know what other kind of arena fighters were close to Def Jam in that way.
A
Yeah,
wrestling game is probably the closest you'll ever
Yeah,
get.
honestly.
Yeah,
Which
yeah, for real.
which Vendetta was pretty much like anyway, so.
Yeah, Vendetta was definitely a wrestling game, but you could pin people, you could choke them out, all that. But Fight for New York was that was like street fights. Like you were smashing people's heads in cars.
It
you were
was one
grabbing
of a kind.
board and smacking them over the head with it. Like, oh my goodness, it was there has not been a game like it, and that's all I've looked for was having a game that I could feel that same sort of like that same kind of impact when you make contact or you hit a combo on somebody. It ain't there. It ain't there in today's climate. I don't know. I don't know a single game that can give me that same feel.
Doug,
My
if you
biggest,
lost
like-
the fight, you'd end up with a hood rat. That's real life stakes right there.
It was
Honestly,
stakes,
bro.
Oh my goodness, you was getting the busted chick. You could have Kamora Simmons. You could have fucking Lil Kim, or you could have
Shaniqua.
Bumbly.
That was her name.
Oh, she was gross.
She just looked like child support.
Was
Yes.
was there Sheena? Am I making that up? Was there Sheena?
No, it was Shauna.
Shauna, that's what I was thinking of.
And then not Lil Kim. What?
Yeah, it was Lil Kim. Yeah, Shauna, Lil Kim, Kimora Lee.
Kimora Lee. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, Cindy J as well.
But yeah, it
Bro, oh my god,
it wasn't one that was hitting like that game, man. Going on to number one, I don't want to say Smash. Everybody knows about Smash. I just had a game that as a kid, it really I don't know, it just hit different. Man, what was it? I had it in my head and then it just disappeared. It was. You guys remember a game? I don't know if you guys ever had the first Xbox, but if you had it, there was a game on there called Tao Fang, I think.
Just a Radio Future, yeah.
Yeah, I know that game. That's one where you can break people's arms and stuff, right?
Yes. That was and that's another game that I haven't seen those kinds of mechanics before, or since. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you could break people's arms, but it was like in Mortal Kombat and stuff, they break arms and stuff, but they just keep using that arm.
Yeah.
But it didn't reward you for that, and it was more than just like your health shaving down, like in Street Fighter and whatnot. If you were just defensive, it would hurt the limbs that you were using to block, and you would do less damage because of it. So, like, if someone's throwing a lot of punches to your head, and you're using your arms to block those punches, you would take damage to your arms, and eventually your arms would be like they would be so damaged that if you hit with punches back, it would do significantly less damage. And I was like, that's just a cool. I mean, it makes sense. People are punching with bare fists, hitting with elbows. Sometimes there was one guy that had a ponytail and he had a knife in his ponytail. If you're blocking that with your arms, you're not gonna be able to use your arms very well after that. And it was just a nice, like a fresh mechanic in a fighting game that, like I said, I haven't seen since that game.
Yeah, that was a very unique experience.
Yeah, very.
I love how the whole time Protege was like cautious on copying our games, and then his number one is just a game I'd never even heard of before. So
it was a really cool game. It was like heavily influenced with I mean, most fighting games are, but it was just like everyone in that game was some type of martial arts, and the way they moved, the way they block, it was like learning or going to like or seeing martial arts on a movie and being able to immediately play that and look the same, and it was just cool, man. I wish I could. I wish they had like a remaster or something that I could play that game now. I definitely would.
I'm not sure where you'd find it now. At a flea market, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah,
Cause it never really did take off. We didn't get like a Tao Feng or whatever the actual name was, too, or anything, or even close.
Yeah.
But I don't think it sold well at all.
Not at all. Yeah, it was barely like I had a friend that like one of my only other friends that had heard of it and played it, and he didn't even have the game. He just had the demo.
Oh shit.
Yeah. An honorable mention, I will say, because these games usually aren't a bigger part of it. They're more so considered sports games. But the old Fight Night games,
Fight
solid,
night.
solid games, very very solid. And most fighting game enthusiasts won't well either haven't played it or won't really know about it because it's a boxing game.
They look
But
more like sports games.
yeah, exactly. But they were honestly they were the most like it was like a boxing simulator. Like it was so crisp, being able to like throwing certain shots, being able to go to the body, being able to move your head. Like that's what other game do you know can do that? Like literally, you would have to use a trigger and a stick, and you would move your head, use a different trigger and a stick, and you would block different sides of your head, different sides of your body. All the punches were they could be mapped to buttons, or you could use the stick to throw combos and whatnot. It was just that was a lovely game, and I wish they came out with another installment of it, or just a game that was like it. Because most of the boxing games that have come out since then have all been garbage.
Freaking Fight Night is was a glorious thing to watch. The Champ Special's dad play because
Yeah,
he would talk so much shit about it, but he backed the shit up because I always
yeah,
saw him just knock a nigga out first round
yes.
online in
That
person. I was
was
like,
that was the only game that I ever like. My dad was extremely cocky, but he had every right to be
yeah,
because
he
he was
really did.
Yo,
slumping dudes.
your
Like,
dad used to make people stop playing. I kid you not.
yes,
He get dudes
100%.
play.
Yeah,
He would get dudes from the gym to meet him online, and they be talking mad stuff. The next day
word.
in class, dude's like, "Oh no, I don't play that game no more."
He bring it up to you like before we start class. Rich, is there something you would like to say to everybody?
Yo,
When you
I
good,
watched,
you good.
I watched him drive to someone's house at 10 o'clock at night just to beat them in the first 30 seconds of a match and be like, all right, you want a rematch? No? All right, bye.
That's admirable dedication to whooping ass
dude,
there.
he was an actual problem. I've seen him play against professional video game players and just cream them, and they're like, "Yo, how do you do that? You're a professional. What do you mean?" Like,
You know how
it's
I did it.
it's crazy, man. He was, like
He
I
was
said,
God tier.
he was absolute like top league tournament level player, and he never like joined any kind of tournament to play. He just played it and enjoyed beating people in it.
He just used to
That's
play that to
respectable.
relax.
Where man,
What I
where he
liked
would
That's why
play
I
about
never
that
picked up. I
because he
never
couldn't
picked up
beat up
sticks
people in real
against that
life.
man. Yeah,
Never
because it's
do.
illegal.
Yeah, word. Might as well fight him in real life. You're just gonna lose anyway. It's the same as the
Facts.
game.
what I liked about Fight Night, I had round 3, and I'm not good at Fight Night at all. But I went in there, as like a fighting game player. I'm like, all right, I'll play this boxing game. I have it at the house. I didn't buy it, but my dad liked to play it also.
Yeah, yeah,
So it must just be a dad's game.
yeah. I guess
Um,
And
Well,
and
gear.
your
and I
dad
was
is also like a fan of combat sports, like a big fan of
yeah
combat sports.
yeah true. And I went in there, just trying to throw haymakers and get like strictly KOs and stuff, and I never won anything ever. I was
Yeah,
trash. And I like games where you can't just go in and do just like caveman shit and win.
yeah. Word.
That's all.
That
That's
was
all I wanted to
exactly what
say.
that game was, man.
You have to be
Oof.
very technical. You have to know what you're doing. You don't just go in and
Yeah,
win.
and he would absolutely just dog dudes. Oh, it was a wrap when he finally got Xbox Live and he could just beat anybody.
Damn.
Oh my goodness, he was just. I can't say it. He was just creaming dudes. Like it didn't matter who it was. He was like, "Oh word, all right, come on, talk that shit." I was like, "Yo, are you trash talking online?" Fuck yeah, I am. All right, then. Oh my goodness, he was. He was. He was my idol. Like in that game, definitely no one else I looked up to more. Um,
Facts.
but yeah, so that's all. That's my top tiers of fighting games.
Now, out of your choices that you made,
You had Fight Night. You just said this Tao Fang game and Def Jam. Which one of those would you prefer to get a sequel?
I would absolutely love for Def Jam to have a proper sequel.
Like Fight for New York 2, actually.
Yeah,
Yes,
like a real one.
Yeah, like an actual, because obviously Icon was fake.
Trash. It was horrible.
Absolute
fake trash.
garbage. But if we could get, even if we could get a Def Jam Fight for New York remaster and they have like DLC with new characters.
Oh my god.
That would be lovely. That'd be more than enough to satisfy fans. We don't need anything like really brand new. Keep the same mechanics, map them to the newer controllers, which haven't changed that much, and just keep it good. Like that's all you got to do.
DLC Russell Simmons.
He was in Icon.
There were so. Who cares about Icon? There were so many. There are so many rappers that exist now that people would love, absolutely love, and they would love to be in a video game.
Like for real, I just want to put them have like Lil Uzi Vert and Lil Yachty in there so I can beat them up.
But then we got to say, oh, they made it into Def Jam.
No, we don't got to say that. They don't have to be playable. I just want to punch them.
We don't. They don't. They're just like the training dummy in training mode. They're not even playable.
Hell yeah,
that works. Yeah,
it's like it's like the sandbag in Super Smash Bros. They're just the training.
Exactly. They don't get Mokujin status. Oh hell no.
Of course not.
Don't nobody get to play you. You're just there to get beat up.
They stand and take it.
That would be lit. Imagine. I mean, I don't know if he'd be in it, but imagine if they had a DLC that put in fucking the RZA, and you could use his Iron Fists from.
Oh my god,
that would be
that'd be kind of tight.
The idea of the movie was great. The actuality of it was lacking, but to be able to play as that, phenomenal.
Yeah.
That would be dope.
It was definitely a RZA style movie though.
Yes, it was.
Like that was only coming out of the minds of the Wu-Tang Clan for sure.
Yeah,
it's actually
they consulted no one.
Yeah, exactly. It was all of them. It's actually funny, Hungry Patient, that you brought up Wu-Tang Shaolin style earlier, because I played that game a hell of a lot when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I forgot where it even came from. It kind of just manifested in my house one day.
It's like Mary Poppins. It comes when you need it.
Yeah, kind of like that. But when Def Jam first came out, Def Jam Vendetta, I thought it was a sequel to Wu-Tang Shaolin style because I wasn't aware of the Wu-Tang's music at the time. Like I knew these were rappers because I recognized Method Man's name. At the time, I was super small. But I didn't really know the RZA or the Jizza or the rest of them. So I thought Def Jam Vendetta was the second in the Def Jam series.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
But I would definitely like. What's up?
This is completely side thing. Not really side thing, but everyone's talking about these old nostalgic games, and I want to bring up one from my childhood, that being Unholy War, the goated game that no one knows about.
Wow.
Oh, Unholy War. Talk about it, man.
Oh my god.
Talk to these men.
I'll be honest, I don't know too much about the lore of Unholy War.
It's deep, bro.
It's a deep lore between like technology and just caveman-esque animals and people.
Technology, that's like the stories.
Yeah.
Technological invaders and the natural people, or not, well, there's some people, but the natural order of the inhabitants, the original inhabitants, got to fight them off. But go on, I'm sorry.
I mean, it's just a great game, man. Like, I like the fact that it was matchup based. So it's like this character is inherently worse against this character, and you'll most likely not win. So it becomes more of like a strategy than a fighting game, and it's so cool.
Now, the way Unholy War works is it's kind of top down, but kind of slighted on a forward angle a little bit.
Kind of like Power Stone.
And kind of like Power Stone, yeah, almost exactly like Power Stone. The way you move around and the camera is centered. And the way it works is that it's called Arcanes versus the Technos. Arcanes are obviously the people that lived on a planet before, and Technos are like the people that came from space. And one of you guys would pick one side, or you can just pick all sides on both sides. Have a large roster of characters. But you played as the whole thing. You'd pick and choose who you would use to fight at the time. That's where Dill was getting at with it's like a chess-like thing. It's like, oh, who you gonna pick if someone's using this robot who has treads? He's not very mobile, but he can shoot homing rockets. You're not gonna pick the character that flies in the air and can't quite hit him because he'll just homing a rocket or out the sky.
Yeah, or
it's called the Unholy War.
It's
I haven't played that
Fane.
game since Blockbuster was a thing.
Damn.
It's one of those games you rent, but I impulse bought it one day.
Where did you buy that? Was that still Uncle Land at the time, or was it GameStop?
That was Toys R Us.
Was it Toys R Us?
Yeah. I remember I thought it was an adventure game where you played as the character on the front cover. It's this monster. It's like, his name's Piranha Devil. He's just like this. Think of a fish. Think of a piranha. I mean, it's just a piranha with a big ass mouth, but he's got like legs. Yeah, he's got legs. Yeah, I thought you played as him and you fought like people in planes because that's what it looked like, but it turned out to be, what we explained.
Very, very unique. Never been a game like it, I don't think, honestly.
Nope. I can't say anybody else has even tried.
Honestly, not even close, I don't think.
And there was a thing on it called strategy mode too, where that's kind of like the premier way to play it, where that was almost like chess. That was like just like chess.
Yeah, that one was very much like move your character here, and then this character can go this far, and this person go this far, and man,
those are good times.
I love that game, man.
And it was interesting too because there is bad matchups, but it did kind of come down to player skill because even if you're playing as like the Fire Witch who would get destroyed by the robot, if you're a good Fire Witch player, the robot's not going to kill you because you'll be able to dip and dodge the homing rockets if you're good.
Yeah, true. And a fun fact for you.
No, I'm listening.
I'm just figuring this out, but the developers for Unholy War had come full circle, and not really full circle, but they're the people who developed the Crash Bandicoot and Spyro HD collection.
You're lying.
Are you serious?
What?
They're still alive.
They're still around doing shit. All right.
They can still make Unholy War 2.
Or Unholy War Remastered or something.
Or whatever. They can still do it. They're here.
Remaster Bloody Roar.
Hell yeah.
Man, one day we'll get another Bloody Roar. One day.
It's got to happen. It's still a very popular game, and there's still so many fans of it. And the formula of turning into an animal still hasn't been done again to this day. So I think people are just waiting for it.
I already said it on a podcast before, but I would love it if the KI people picked it up at least. They would kill it. No problem.
I know Hudson worked on it. Also, I learned that it kind of made it, a lot of it added up for me was that the same people who developed Bloody Roar also worked on Clash of Ninja.
Yeah, really? You told me that.
What? And in hindsight, I was like, yeah, that makes perfect sense. They play similar. If you really think about it.
Oh, yeah.
They kind of are similar. But speaking of Naruto, wait, what were we going to say?
No, if you have something more important, go for it.
I wouldn't call it a tangent, but I was just going to say something else. So if it's more important, then you go for it.
No, it's not. I was going to change the subject, so if this is still on the subject, feel free.
I was just going to say, another big fighting game that I love is, Storm. Ultimate Ninja Storm.
Oh, yeah.
I was going to say that's an honorable mention, too.
I was also going to say that. That was going to be number 4 or 5 for me if we were going into the ranking. Ultimate Ninja Storm 4, man. I'll never forget me hunting because I didn't get onto Ninja Storm 1 at first because I didn't have a PlayStation 3 because of being poor. So when we got the PlayStation 3, I remember hunting GameStops for Storm 1, like going to GameStop and just looking for Storm 1. And I remember finally getting it and playing it all night, y'all, like all night. Like, and then Storm 2?
I was mad as
Bruh.
hell because I didn't have a PlayStation when that game came out, and I couldn't get it.
Yeah, Storm 1 was a PlayStation exclusive.
Mm-hmm.
Exclusivo.
Man, yo, Xbox was taking L's.
I always have
They
been.
still are.
Yeah, they've never stopped.
Honestly, but Storm Chalk, man, I remember in a school agenda that I got, I would just like mark the days until Storm 2 came out. I want to say it was like October 11th, 2011. I'm not sure about that, but I kind of remember that. I'm looking it up right now. Was it October 11th, 2011?
I don't know.
It was
I was in
October
college.
13th, 2010.
Yeah, I was in college in
That's
2011,
right.
so.
Yeah, it was becoming 2011. That's right. I played that game probably like 6 times in a row.
A whole 6.
Whole 6 probably.
Can I transition back to Protege real quick?
Yeah, go for
Please do.
Protege, was Def Jam your the game you hate the worst?
Oh no, I actually didn't say the game.
Oh, true. We never got into what we were working
Wait,
on.
I thought it was Icon.
No, that was
everyone's
that was
most hated.
I mean, everyone hates Icon. That's
I think we're
fair.
just agreeing that we hate it. But I have a question for after
then
you
moved on.
say what your worst. Yeah, I have a question after you say what your worst game
What's
is.
your now I want another question.
Oh well, it's nothing that big. I was gonna say how do I rate this? At the time that you played it, you were really into it. So thinking back on it now, where would you rate the UFC games? Because you used to be really into those.
I actually did. When the first one came out, I was definitely really, really big into it, and I was actually really good at those games.
Like the
good
way
enough that I could playing online. I could actually like that was one of the few games that I followed my dad's cockiness into in the sport fighting games.
100%.
Yeah. I was like, you're not beating me at this game. It's crazy that you think you are, but you're not beating me.
Yeah, like the way your dad talked shit about Fight Night, that was you on UFC.
Yeah, 100%.
Those were fun games.
They were.
Yeah, they were.
UFC was
kind of
so
fell off
technical.
on the second one.
It was so technical, bro.
Yeah, but that's why I liked them. I don't know. I guess I'd have to put that near. I guess I have to put it near Fight Night, I suppose.
It would be in your top 10 though, or top 5.
Definitely that. Yeah, definitely top 5. Well, at least top 10. I don't want to get too carried away. It was definitely a game that I enjoyed a whole lot. I think they started to get kind of weird when the third one came out. So that's when I completely stopped playing. But yeah, those first two were, and the first one especially was just a gold mine. I remember one of the which was a neat little addition that you could do in there. But when you were doing your career mode, one of the gyms that you could train at was Jack's gym, who is what you call it, in our state, and a good friend of ours, to say the least.
Wait, they were legit in the game?
Yeah, no, they not like themselves, but when you were doing your career mode, one of the gyms that you could train at for striking was Jack's gym.
Interesting.
Wait, in the game?
Yeah.
Oh, that's sick.
That's tight.
Yeah.
That's tight as hell.
So it wasn't like you went teleported to their gym or
You
anything.
didn't see
which would've been
anybody.
neat. Yeah. But it was just one of those okay, if you want what thing do you want to train? Do you want to train your wrestling? Do you want to train your jiu-jitsu? Do you want to train your striking? Or you want to train your striking? Okay, well these are the gyms that you can go to train your striking. And that was one.
Okay, I see. Okay.
If you could go to the actual gym in the game, freaking Hungry Patriots like, cool, there's a certain fighter I want to go against real quick, just for funsies.
Game on. Yes.
Word.
Yeah, definitely a game that would be, or a franchise, I guess, besides the third, that would be in my top 10. Um, but as far as my worst goes,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna take the biggest L ever when I say this.
Everybody
But
says it.
I am just gonna throw a big blanket and say most 2D fighter games.
Yeah.
And the ones, yeah, the ones in specific, I was gonna say perspective, which is not the right word, but the ones in specific that I mean the most are most Japanese 2D fighter games. I
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
out
do
of
that,
not like.
turn. You're
You
out of
hear
I
that,
do
turn.
not like
Japanese?
most of them.
Protege does
I
not like you, Japanese
it's not that they're
games.
not good. It's not that they're not, solid games. They're just not for me. I do not like them. Um, yeah, and that's about it, really. It's going for, you can honestly name one. If I played it, I don't like it. Like Blaze Blue, I love Ragna. He's a really cool character. I don't remember the one homie that's got the all white and he's got the really long sword. I like him too.
Oh, Hakumen.
Hakumen.
Yeah. They're like the character designs, the sprites, the artwork in it, phenomenal. I love it. Hate the games, hate them with a passion. But yeah, Blaze Blue, don't like it. Dragon Ball Fighters, I'm playing it only because of you guys. Otherwise, I wouldn't play it. Street Fighter, kiss ass. Like Mortal Kombat, I love but hate playing. The ones that I loved playing the
Ah.
most were like Deception, Armageddon, because they had a 3D aspect. You could, sidestep and whatnot. But that was it. Those were like the only ones that I really enjoyed out of the bigger lineup of MK. So just all in all, I just don't like 2D fighters. They don't mesh well with me. I feel like I can't. I feel like I'm boxed in. All I can do is jump and duck, and it just feels stupid to me.
Like claustrophobic almost.
I,
Yeah, very.
I find that very interesting because most would argue that 3D fighters are way more technical and that's harder to like play.
See, but I want it to be that technical. I don't want it to be that I can, what is it? Like in most of the Japanese ones, if you're not holding back and down, and then you let go down, and then you go down again, and then you let go down, then you might jump, then you might dash when you jump. Like it's
Right.
just like they're zipping all over back and forth, and I'm trying to keep up the what seems like button mashing. I know it's not, but just the way that combos are strung together, it doesn't make sense to me to like press back square, triangle forward, triangle down, X, quarter circle, circle. I'm just,
Yeah,
it's
when you
really, it makes that to me is infinitely harder than being able to sidestep and go for your down forward triangle to stun a guy and then, you know what I mean, taking advantage of the frames or his recovery frames to go into a combination. You know what I mean? Like it's so easy. Like, or to me anyway, it makes so much more sense. Like in the realm of this is a game, but what I'm doing in the game is fighting. Then jump up, dash forward, press down. Go. You know what I mean? I don't like them.
so would you
The
say
technicalness makes it solid to me.
would you say your extensive background in martial arts and all of your experience kind of seeps into um your disdain towards the 2D genre of fighting games because it seems like real fake or things you yourself couldn't or wouldn't do in the arena?
Well, I can't say that because I mean, when you're playing a game that you can teleport, you know what I mean? It's automatically things I can't do in because I'm a human being.
Or that you would show
Wait,
us
your
at
dad
least.
didn't teach you how to do that?
It's no man. He kept that a secret. It's hidden within
He
the
taught me though.
scrolls of our ancestors.
He taught me
So
that
I
in
can't.
fireballs.
Mike, you're a dragon. I can't speak for you, bro. That makes sense. All right. But yeah, it just like the theatrics of it is going to be in any game. You know what I mean? Like I said, even in Tekken, they've added a bunch of characters with projectiles. But the overabundance of weird things you have to do with your controls in a plane that's just forward, back, up, and down, which seems more simple, is drastically more difficult in my eyes than being able to move sideways, forward and back, up and down. If that makes sense. Because like I said, even in Mortal Kombat with the teleports and everything, it felt better when I could sidestep something rather than just pressing back to block it, jump to get over to go above it, or down to whatever, I guess block it again.
No, it all makes sense. It all kind of because it seems like it's kind of an aspect, that whole sidestepping and dodging in kind of an 8-way space seems more like the natural order of things, or how they should be.
Yeah, and I will agree with what you said before that, being that I'm most of my life I've been in martial arts, in combat sports, doing that. Of course, when you play a game, you expect, okay, I'm a fighter in real life. I should be able to use, you know what I mean? I should be able to my mind should be able to pick up and register what I'm doing in the game. You know what I mean? So I will say 100% that does happen, and that's why I gravitated towards Tekken so much, and Brian Fury specifically so much, because he's a kickboxer, and that's what I did. Byron Furby. But yeah, like it 100% has to do with why and what games I like. But I will say that. Oh, and just further on that's exactly why, or it has to do a lot why, I won't, me specifically, if someone comes at me with, some kind of crazy kick, whether they're jumping and spinning in the air, the first thing I'm not going to do is jump straight into the air, you know what I mean, to get over top of them, because I'm a human being. And again, standing in front of someone, I can't just leap 7 feet and get over somebody, you know what I mean? Like, in that sense, yes, that it's not something that I would do in combat. I would not just move forward and back. I have to move to the sides, because otherwise I'm going to run out of space. So I run out of space, I'm against the wall. If I'm against the wall, then they got things that they can do to me that I can't, that I won't be able to avoid or block as efficiently, because I don't have space to move around it, to move away from it. So when that aspect is taken out of the game, or a game, I feel like I'm at a handicap, and the methods that my brain is used to thinking are kind of being fucked up. It's kind of like how when Akuma was put into Tekken, how a bunch of Street Fighter players went into the Tekken tournament for like Evo,
Oh
and
yeah,
they thought they were gonna do really good, but they got creamed because, oh yeah, you're a 2D fighter tournament player going into a 3D fighting space. It's completely different. Not
right.
to mention, it's a different game itself.
Didn't have
So
any
it's gonna,
fundamentals for left or right,
yeah,
sidestepping.
exactly.
Just to touch on that a bit, that's part of the reason why Street Fighter X Tekken was received how it was. You took a 3D fighter or a 8-dimensional fighter and put it on a 2D fight game, and everybody was like, "Oh, the Tekken fighters suck on this. This is Capcom's just they're trolling Tekken." No, it wasn't that. It was just the fact that you took them out of their element. When you take a
Yeah.
fish and try to make it fly, that bitch is dead. Like that's not what they were built for.
Exactly. And it that even that game kind of felt uh, uh it probably, well, I didn't play it too much because again I hate 2D fighters, but it probably would feel entirely different as compared to putting Akuma into Tekken, because Street Fighter plays differently, but putting Akuma into Tekken, he still played like a Street Fighter, like with all of his Street Fighter combinations. Putting Tekken characters into Street Fighter, they did not play with the same combinations. They all had
No,
different
they did
buttons
not.
and everything. So playing with those now is gonna make you like, it's gonna make you second guess everything. You're with a character that has a familiar face and name, but they don't have the familiar what's it called?
Moveset.
Yeah, they don't have the familiar moveset. They don't feel the same in your hands. They don't feel the same when you input the commands. So now you're just like, you're fish out of water.
Yeah, well, that was pretty concise for like trying to explain your dislike for every single 2D fighter. Because that's a big task. I hate every 2D fighter, and here's why.
It's I'm not saying that they're bad games at all. They are very good games. What do you call it? Like, Guilty Gear is a phenomenal game. Dragon Ball Fighters is a phenomenal game. I'm not taking anything away from it. I love the art. I love how it looks. When I see a huge combo being pulled off, I get hype. When I see some of my favorite characters of Dragon Ball doing, you know what I mean, moves that look exactly like they were ripped out of the anime and the manga, I get hype as hell. But you put the controller in my hands, and I want to throw the controller through the ceiling. I don't want to play it.
You know what's funny about that?
What was that?
Like, if you exclude fighters, I feel like Snapple Grapple used to be like the same with you on 2D fighters, but then he played Guilty Gear with us one time, and then just started wrecking house one time, and he was like,
he just fell in love with it immediately.
Freaking
Listen,
Venom.
man, the pull stick.
That pull stick.
Using a pull stick.
Like, I don't know how he got that grab off so many times. I was like, this game is really hard to grab on, and you're just somehow catching us all the time.
His name is
Grapple.
At the time, it was Triple B stack, so I'm going for that.
You just mad because Riley Freeman got all the names.
Man, this is a name and a half ago.
Word, yeah. For two of us.
What's everybody playing?
Right now, we're not playing anything.
Yeah, no one's playing anything.
We're just talking to the lovely audience.
But word, welcome to the group.
Snapple Snapple Grapple. Snapple Grapple has entered the building. He made it. So now we can keep it pushing. Thank you, Protege Deluxe, the Champ Special, Protege47 at Instagram.com. Your list is very intuitive and very broad.
Yeah, can't nobody question the 2D fighters mindset anymore.
Yeah, especially since like he's the number one of fighters. Like no one can.
Honestly, he bleeds that bald power now.
Does he now?
Through his pores.
That's what's up.
And so, with Snapple Grapple in the building, we will hop right on over to his 3s and the 2s and the 1s.
So what's your...
Which means your top 3 fighting games of all time. Starting from number 3 to number 1.
Okay. Of all time? Of all time.
See, now you guys, anyone who's listening, y'all don't know, but a game that was mentioned already is definitely going to be mentioned by Snapple Grapple, and I'm just waiting.
Okay. All right. Top 3 all time. Good lord.
Starting with number 3.
Yep. Starting with number 3, so don't do number 1 yet. Okay.
No.
Sheesh.
Not number 1.
Does it have to be an individual game, or do series count as one?
It can be the series too.
Yeah, series.
As long as it's fighting.
Fighting? Okay. So we're sticking to strictly fighting games. Sheesh. Okay.
This man was going to say like Star Wars Force Unleashed.
Star Wars, Halo.
Battlefront 2, bro. Battlefront 2, you know what I'm saying? But
Halo Legends.
Halo Wars, you know what I mean? You gotta
like
watch
I
everybody.
did punch somebody one time in Battlefront, so like
right. All right, so number 3, coming in at number 3. Here comes a new challenger. I'm gonna have to say probably Tekken, coming in at number 3.
Hey,
yo, Tekken's a popular level 3.
Yeah. For real.
To me, like, just, bro, Tekken is, like, the solid, like, all-around fighting game. Like, I just feel like it has everything that you could want in a fighting game, like, if you're a fighting game fan. Like, there's stuff we nitpick at, you know, certain graphics. A character might be too damn strong. Some stuff might be stupid. But at the end of the day, we all still have a great time playing Tekken. And, you know what I mean? We're tournament-worthy.
Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not.
Hey, listen.
You lying ass bitch.
I'm not playing ready at Tekken, man.
There's this thing called Rust, and, you know, when you have some of it, it happens. But all you got to do is knock it off, and
You
it's
just
a
put some
wrap.
WD-40 on it, and you're all good again.
Y'all don't even have Nickelodeon guts.
What?
Yeah, but that's why Tekken will come in at number 3. To me, it's probably the most consistently solid like fighting game that I've been playing since I started playing fighting games.
That's true. It's always been like there's never really, aside from maybe Tekken Tag 2 and some in a lot of people's opinions, there's never really been a truly bad Tekken.
Right. And like I can't fully say that with other games. Like I'm not a big Street Fighter fan. Street Fighter's never grabbed me. I respect it for its legacy and its legend to what, fighting games are, but as a game, just like Protege, like I'm not a fan of 2D fighters.
Yeah.
Some games are exceptions, don't get me wrong, because a character, an individual character can make me like enjoy an entire game, and that was Guilty Gear. Like that man with the pool stick was crazy. Like
Yo.
You don't even know his name. That's how little he plays the game.
the dude Venom, right?
Yeah, his name is
Okay,
Venom.
got it.
Yeah, I can't even lie. I straight up called Archers. I said, "Yeah, y'all not putting him in the next one, so you might as well." chill out."
And they probably
Oh
won't.
man, hopefully he'll be a DLC or something. You never know. But yeah, like I can't put Street Fighter on that same level because I've never really banged with a Street Fighter game, so there aren't really highs or lows for me. It's just all lows. Um, Tekken has either always been high, gaming experience as far as how fun it is and everything you can do. You can be competitive, you can be casual. It really doesn't matter. You can have fun with that game regardless. And I feel like not every fighting game can do that. Like I remember I was listening to Lobo Berry's recent podcast that dropped, and he had a great deal of mentioning how video games as a whole became so competitive, and it became less about having fun with the game and more about who's better. You know what I mean?
Oh,
And
for
I
sure.
do.
yeah, I don't know.
And you think that's like goes into Tekken?
Absolutely. Like Tekken's fun regardless. Like I can be competitive and I can be casual and it's going to be fun regardless. There's certain games that became so competitive I can't see it outside of being competitive. And that's sort of how I feel about Street Fighter. You know what I mean?
Okay,
Like I've only ever
yeah.
played people in Street Fighter if it was like a competition. Smash Bros. I have crazy fun with Smash Bros, but it's hard for me to look at Smash Bros as a non-competitive game. I guess that's just because tournaments are ran so heavy with Smash Bros. And
Yeah, it is hella
Oh
popular.
yeah, it's one of the
we're
most
big in the
popular
tournament
tournament
scene
games.
now. But yeah, so that's kind of why I have Tekken at number 3. Um, number two would probably be Mortal Kombat.
Oh, wow.
As a series,
Really?
Yeah.
or is there any in particular?
Um, no, I'm gonna have to say the whole series.
The whole series? Cool.
Yeah, just the series
Nice.
of Mortal Kombat grabbed my attention probably faster than any fighting game has ever. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh yeah.
I obviously have a number 1 fighting game that's gonna come after this, but that fighting game, it didn't have the same legacy that Mortal Kombat has. Like, everybody I've ever met knows what Mortal Kombat is. Like, my grandmother knows what Mortal Kombat is. Like,
What?
she'd be like, yes,
Abuela
bro. She'd
knows
be talking
MK.
about Mira, no
Bro,
Scorpion.
Abuela will run you in them sticks, bro.
Go
Don't
for
let her
it.
pick up them
Listen,
sticks.
She's an OG.
listen. I don't know what she used to play back in the day. She could have some
Mortal
secret skill on
Kombat.
the Atari that we never knew about.
Well, I
But
know you said you're not a fan of MK11, right?
no, yeah, and MK has like, and that's part of the reason I say like its legacy as a whole, because the game has had its ups and downs with me. I'm a big advocate and will greatly express my distaste for Mortal Kombat 11. I feel like they stiffened the game. Like it's so fluid, but I feel like it's so limited for some reason whenever I
No,
play it.
I think we all can agree with you on that, though.
Nah, yeah.
That's
I have
definitely
some
Like
big
true.
problems with 11 as well.
it's
Same.
just something
Yeah.
about it. You know what it is? I remember I was playing fighters with Lobo Berry and probably a couple of you guys, but I remember him saying it specifically because he talks about my Jiren a lot. He talks about, Jiren isn't incredibly fast or anything like that, but when he hits you, the hits are so solid and like stiff and like you're getting hit. You know what I mean? And I don't know if you guys share that feeling or
With
understand what he's referring to, but I think I get it because that's how I feel with the new Mortal Kombat. Like, I think it works for, fighters because it's fighters and, Jiren's character. But I feel like every single character that I played when MK11 first came out was just stiffer. Like, almost like they slowed the game down a little bit.
it's much
And,
slower than other games for sure.
right.
Well, they literally took Run away. Like there was a run mechanic in MKX.
It's true.
That they
And
took
now
away.
it's not.
That's right. I
Yeah,
forgot about that.
I abused the piss stop that button.
But
Bro,
yeah, and
when you
like,
want to rush down now, it's like there's only certain characters that can do it, but that's because it's built into that character. Everybody don't run.
Jade
right.
has run as a command move.
A literal run.
I think but yeah, I think another thing that goes into Mortal Kombat is like the storyline. It's like the first video game series that like no matter what they do with the movie, it could be like the worst movie ever, and I'll go watch it because of how much I enjoy the Mortal Kombat storyline. Like just the
Yeah.
lore behind it as a whole. I don't care what iteration it is, like even the corniest movies, I'll still find some enjoyment out of. And it's like, damn, if I know you're a trash movie and I can still enjoy you, then that has to mean something. You know what I mean?
There's got to be something there.
Because I have a soft spot for Mortal Kombat and Mortal Kombat Annihilation. Like people get mad at me all the time for it, but listen, that man's head turned into a three-headed beast. I was like, okay, this is
Yo,
this
that
is where we're going.
Annihilation is wild, bro.
This is animality.
But nah, like I don't know, like Mortal Kombat, just the name itself holds so much weight. You know what I mean? Like you hear Mortal Kombat, you're just like, sheesh, okay, we're getting real. I understand.
Right. You know what it's going to be, and you know it's history just by hearing the title. You're right.
Yeah. So that's probably why MK has second place. It's just it holds a special place in my heart, and I just feel like it holds a special place in like the heart of the world. Like I said, I feel like nobody doesn't know what Mortal Kombat is. And so for number one, it's pretty probably obvious for some of you. Def Jam Fight for New York.
Damn! Whoa!
Return to the greatest.
Everybody who knows me knows that that game is one of the like most endear games that I hold closest to my soul, and it is luckily a fighting game that I have grown up to enjoy for a good. I'm 25, so a good chunk of my life, most of it probably.
Well, I think some people forget just how old that game actually is. Like it came out a minute ago.
Yeah, bro.
2006.
I wasn't even in middle school yet.
Was it really 2006? For some reason, I thought it was earlier than that.
It's
Yeah, I thought it was like 04.
I feel like Vendetta was
I don't think it
04,
was
but I
that.
could be wrong. I could
I
be
don't think
very
it was
wrong.
2004. That's crazy.
Ugh.
I mean, it could be. I could just be tripping.
But nah, man, that game, it's just, I feel like that game was so ahead of its time. Like, we've had game nights where I bring it over and a bunch of you guys will hop on.
Of course.
And it's just like, everybody.
04,
no
by the
matter-
way. 04.
Oh, okay, awesome. 04, that's even further back.
It's
It's your boy,
16 years
Bonsai.
ago.
Guessing right.
But, like, no matter what skill level you are, like, no matter if you played the game before or if it's your first time, I feel like all of you can agree that you guys have a blast whenever we put that game on.
I definitely
what?
agree. You know what I think also is like a big benefit on why like Def Jam is so fun? I think it's like who cares if one is bad or good at like Def Jam, right?
Exactly.
Like it's just like play if you lose, who cares, bro? That like it really doesn't matter.
I'm like,
So
listen,
it's just
I
like
don't
a fun
care.
time.
I'm like, I don't care how good you think you are. At some point in this match, I'm going to take a shovel from one of these guys in the crowd, and I'm gonna pop you over the head with it.
Exactly.
when we're going to be trying to figure out what you're going to do about the shovel situation.
There's not many
remember-
games that even have a shovel situation.
I was gonna say, I remember hardcore Snapple Grapple friends outside of us would talk crap on how
What
they
friends?
could beat him at Def Jam.
And they get bodied.
No, they would never play him. That's the one thing. They always talk crap, and then when he would bring the game over, they wouldn't play him. And then he would play, but then he brought it to us one day, not saying anything. We played it with him. I was like, oh, okay,
Yeah.
cool.
There's some people who didn't want to play, and I never understood why. It's like, look, I know you think you like don't know how to play, but it doesn't matter. Like I will teach you. This game is the greatest.
He said, "I will show you the way."
It really
should
is,
win.
dog. It's such a solid game, man.
Like
Oh,
like
to-
like
to-
like I challenge somebody to put their mind frame back in 2004 and confidently tell me what's wrong with Def Jam Fight for New York. Give me flaws in that game.
Black
Like-
people.
Whoa.
All right, you,
Listen.
sir,
Listen.
are racist.
Listen here, sir.
He's also black for people who don't know.
They're in the game, and they're part of what's great about the game. All right, so take that.
They
Well,
killed it.
it's crazy because I mean you're kind of right. It's a 16-year-old game, so we can't even start complaining about graphics anyway.
Exactly.
But the voice
I
work
think the graphics
great.
are pretty solid too.
Yeah,
And they were pretty solid. The blazing moves, dude. Like the animations were great.
And I always say the rappers didn't have to act as well as they did, but they did anyway.
And
yeah,
they
put that
performed.
work for us.
Facts.
They
Oh
performed.
my god.
They did. They
when-
went in there like with all their heart and soul.
When they killed
Word.
little Kim boy, I had a tear coming down my cheek.
Word. And
I
the
was like,
story was great.
I'm gonna work
Yeah.
him.
The story of
walk
both
into
of
this
them was
fire
great.
pit,
In
and
the
I'ma
first
work
one,
him.
you didn't even talk, and you still fucking. It was still just compelling.
Yeah, seriously.
Hey yo, Sticky Fingers in the first one had me in stitches. I'm like, no, it's him. Like he legit acts like that. That is his persona outside in real life, and they captured it in the game. Like I legit forgot that the graphics were bad, and that's what he looked like. I saw this dude on TV. I was like, yo, what's wrong with your TV? It's so clear.
Playing
But
the
like,
Def Jam in 4K.
just think about it. Every story that somebody has about Def Jam is either a great story or them commenting on how they've never played before. Like you never hear anything bad. Like
Honestly,
ever.
and if it is bad, it's one of the people who haven't played before.
Exactly.
Truth.
They're like, oh, what do you just throw people? And I'm like, yeah, no, that's exactly what you do.
Honestly, if someone who's played it has a gripe about it, I feel like they were like that's one of the few times where like you probably just got beat a lot, bro. Like there's nothing.
You
I
know
can't
what it
think of a
is.
single thing that's bad about the game. Like
They
the
got beat
blocking,
by
the
a black
countering.
guy.
Yeah, no,
And he
Bonsai.
boosted
Bonsai
him.
will
He
be the
boosted
first to tell you, like, I've had friends trip over that game.
Everything
Oh,
comes in full
100%.
circle.
I remember the one time we were at your house. I think it was for your birthday, and your
It was
one
the
friend thought
birthday,
we jumped
yeah.
him, and he just left.
He left. No, he lost the friendship after that. He never became friends with him again.
Yo, that's funny as hell.
Yo,
And
he
then-
legit,
and like-
he legit got
but
beat
listen.
so bad he grabbed his controller and walked
listen.
out the house, never to be
But
heard
listen.
from again.
That's
Listen,
great, bro.
That's
this
awesome.
2004 game destroyed a friendship. Like,
nuts.
You literally have a story on how you lost friendship over a video game.
Over Def
how,
Jam.
like, how impactful of a game must you be?
The worst part is he
to
didn't
literally
get
destroy-
jumped. It just so happened
He
he
was
got
the
thrown
last
into the
one.
corner. No,
He was in
it-
the wrong
so-
place at the wrong
Nah,
time.
he was the
Yeah,
first
that's
one
literally
out.
what happened. He got thrown into a corner and someone's jumping for someone else, and he got tagged out from it.
That's and he
I could have
left.
sworn. The way I remember it, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't know why I remember it this way. If I'm wrong, but I could have sworn we were all playing, and for no reason at all, everybody was like, we treated it like Smash, where everybody was like, "Why are y'all attacking me? Lose the best player, get him." And then everybody stopped playing.
You gotta
They
do what you gotta
completely
do, man.
stopped playing.
That
And then they just
definitely
all looked at
happened.
me,
You gotta
and
do
then I
what you
got
gotta
jumped.
do.
So
We definitely
then
did that to you.
Somebody said, "Yeah,"
A
and then,
lot.
right. Y'all did it to me, and then I remember y'all saying, "Greg's trashed, so let's jump Greg," and then we jumped Greg. Then I
Yeah.
remember somebody saying Bonsai had Snoop Dogg, who was the only character with a power kick, so we jumped him, and then I just left my boy who hadn't gotten jumped yet, so we jumped him.
Your
Look,
turn
man.
in the barrel, baby.
You can't
And
be
he's
mad
like,
at the
you jumping me? Bye.
Like
See,
left-
Friendship
I don't-
over.
bro,
I don't
like,
even
didn't
remember
see him
doing
after
that. I was
That was years ago.
legit bad at the game. At that, like I was not good. There had not been many times that I had won, and so I was just kind of like just playing, like, haha, this is fun, right, guys? And then he just gets up and leaves. I'm like, okay, see you later, friend.
Last time you ever
He's
saw
gone
that
now.
friend.
Where the air quotes
Yo.
friend.
Guys, like that's a true story, and that might be why it's number one. Like
That's funny as hell.
I've lost friends over
100% is a true story.
I've
You
lost
could make
friends
that
over
up.
like crazy, like crazy reasons, but I felt
That's
like they were way more
ridiculous, bro.
legit. And then like, bro, Def Jam, like, you did this.
I feel like we each
You
have
are
a game that we're like mega god tier at. That's lose game 100%.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
See, I thought so until I got with you guys, who I stressed over and over again. are the greatest group of friends I've ever played with. Listen,
Very fair, but that
each
doesn't
of you,
because you stress
hear me
doesn't
out.
mean that you.
Hear me out.
That don't change shit.
Hear me out.
It's
Hear me out. Hear me out. All of you have a game that you guys excel at. I hate going up against Protege in Tekken. It's a problem. But you know what I do? I pull my pants up, work the big game.
I thought you were going to say I put my pants down. I was going to say, what?
I wipe my butt, I pull my pants up, and I say thank you for a good
Protege,
time.
I tell Protege, I say, here's what's going to happen. You're going to do some cool combos, and you might win, but I'm going to get you. All right? And I normally don't get them, but I damn near try.
I'm not even the one to worry about in that game.
Hey,
That's K and fucking Squirt. That's both of them.
As far as McWhoopie, you showed me that I was not the god I thought I was in Def Jam because you made me have to rebuy that game and start playing again to really understand these game mechanics because I was getting bodied so effortlessly. It was like fighting Joe Crack for the first time. I was like, damn, I'm getting my back broke.
Yeah, that right there was a bar. That was a serious bar.
I still never believe anyone that says they beat Fat Joe on the first try. Never believe anyone.
Because
They're
they're
lying.
a liar.
Never. They're 100%
They're
lying.
lying.
If they
It's
said
not
they
possible.
said it was easy, they're stupid.
All right, they're
What
lying.
if I told you on easy mode my fourth time?
That's a stretch.
That I can believe.
Now, Snap, that just goes back to what I was saying earlier about Bloody Roar. You go against people that you, like, actual good players, and you learn something. Like, I was saying on Bloody Roar, I didn't know you could, like, hit down low and stuff until I went against the Nightmare of the Food Chain. I was like, oh. And then I learned that and became even better. With you and McWhoopie, I just didn't think you knew, like, how good you could, like, the clinch game was on Def Jam Fight for New York. Because even you was like, yo, I didn't know you could do multiple kicks like that into a power move off the clinch.
Right.
And then you found that out through him, and you rebought the game, and then you became even better.
Right.
That's how we do it.
Leveled you up.
Listen.
He went from god to deity after that.
All we do in fighting games is boost each other, and it's
Exactly.
And I think it's so great because no matter how competitive we get, like it's just crazy development. Like you just see it. Like one day somebody would do terrible. 2 days later they're running the entire room, and it's like, all right, dog, you better chill. Now
That's how I
practice.
felt. That's how I felt when I picked up Game & Watch. Like I was doing
Game & Watch.
I felt like I was
hate
doing
you with that
ass
shit.
with Link and fucking Captain Falcon for so long, and I was like, damn man, what's wrong? Like why can't I get a grasp? What's happening? And then I picked up Game & Watch again, and I was like,
pancakes.
This is the stand.
Number 9.
You found him. You found his
I have a
man.
question for you guys.
What's up?
Smash. Out of all the games that we all have together, like all the fighting games that we play together and that we've had together, we've practiced, we've actually competed together because we actually put that time in. Do you guys agree when I say Smash is probably the game where at certain points in time we're the most equal?
No.
Me
You don't think so?
specifically? No.
With McWhoopie and Jam? No.
But how many times
Who do you mean we?
We've been beaten before. Y'all beat us before.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, don't get me wrong. If it comes to like tag team matches, that's difficult as hell. Yeah, they're
I've
fucking
never
gods.
beat K in Smash, I don't think.
That's not true. You did it on my birthday, and we made a big, huge whoop about it.
Oh,
sounds
well, I
about
guess
right.
I've beaten Dill and K once, and I am
Exactly.
retiring from Smash. I don't need to play anymore. I beat Dill.
But listen
I
to
know
what
I
you
beat
just
Squirt
said.
once, too.
Listen to what you just said. You just beat the two that you said were unbeatable.
But see, here's the thing. I feel like, me personally, I've gotten to the level where I can compete with K and Squirt more on Tekken. That's the game for me that I feel like I progressed to a level where I could actually stand, like, not even just a chance, but like actually be a problem for them to worry about. You know what I mean?
What if I'm gonna counter you and throw my trap card. You activated my trap card. I'm actually the worst at Tekken.
I'm going to activate
So
Mystical Space Typhoon and counter with your Dragon.
Listen.
I'm going to activate Mystical Space Typhoon and say Dragon off.
As far as Tekken goes, I don't feel like I'm a very strong Tekken player. Like, if we were to throw Smash on right now or Tekken on right now, I could do a lot better in Smash than I could in Tekken.
I would agree.
I
I would agree in that I feel the same exact way.
Right.
Now, I don't really see myself as a very good Tekken player.
I feel like Smash is that one game that no matter how good we get, we'll never digress to a point where we're not in contention with each other.
True.
It's
I feel
almost
like
on
that's
a
also
day-to-day
because it's-
basis. Sometimes
Yeah.
everyone is doing really well. Sometimes someone's not doing as hot as usual.
Right.
Truth.
It definitely fluctuates. Like especially, I know I brought it up earlier, but like, it's like my most consistent experience recently has been fighters. Like seeing just how much you guys change every fucking 5 hours. It seems I'll play with you guys in the morning because we're down for the COVID-19 or whatever. So games and stuff, I guess. But I'll play with you guys in the morning, and I'll be like, okay, cool. I'm on a run. I'm getting win after win. I feel good. 5 hours later, niggas done got their Wheaties. They got lunch in their system. And now I can't get a fucking match in. I'm going 1-5 for the next six matches. So it's like the fluctuation switches so fast, and I feel like that's such a good thing. Like we're all always pushing. That shit's great.
I mean, you could always play me and just fucking crush me 300-400 times in a row.
And
but then what are you learning, Greg?
One combo with Cell that I still haven't gotten.
There was a point in time, if I remember correctly, where in Tekken, like I could actually do very good against your Ryan, and every time we played, we'd have the toughest matches.
Probably still the case now.
That's not the case now.
No,
I'm
not at all. No, that's
wow. Hop off your high horse. Jesus.
I'm just saying.
So, no, actually, you're garbage. You don't even try it. Go home, dog. Oh my Jesus.
He did not put in the same work on Tekken the way that I did. I would literally,
He said you're lazy as fuck.
When I picked Tekken back up, I would literally get home from working out at the gym, training, or going to school, whatever. I would get home immediately. Like, fuck homework. I would go to my fucking Xbox, turn that shit on, and play Tekken for like 3 hours before I did anything else. I would play over and over and over again, only on, like, going on to training and learning combos. I would just practice what I knew, and I would run through people over and over. I would warm up on like 17 fights on bots, then go online, and then be like, the next time we had a food chain night, I was like, that's it. This is it. I'm gonna win. And I would get crushed, and they would crush me. And I would come back, and I would do better. I would come back, and I would do better.
Your Tekken progression
to the point where,
insane.
to the point where I was fighting K's Yoshi, and I was able to win. I was fighting Squirt's King, and I was able to win.
Right, I remember these times. They were great times.
They were great. I felt so fucking proud of myself, my guy.
I remember when the true Tiger King blessed me and gave me permission to use the Tiger himself, and I actually started getting good with said Tiger. I was like, "Oh, Tiger Prince, Lou, not so."
Tiger Prince. It's one of the biggest compliments to me on Tekken ever when Greg, Protege goes against like a Xiaoyu online, like, man, they're good. But they're not good as Banzai, so I got this.
I've still never fought a Xiaoyu that was as good as yours. I beat every Xiaoyu that I've faced on.
That is exactly how I am with Jamshake and like any character he plays on Dragon Ball FighterZ.
What are you talking about, Wallace? I'm trash, bro. Crazy.
Here we go.
I'm like, yo, I get so scared of characters because I'll go online and I'll see like a Gogeta and I'll like my heart will start pounding. I'm like, no, this is good. And then like I'll start bodying him. Like it's terrible. I forget how good the character is because these trash people online are nowhere near as good as my gang. Like that's crazy.
Yeah, I will agree. Like excluding your Gogeta because that speaks for itself. I have never gone against a hit as good as Jamshak's hit.
Yo, my hit is trash, bro. I just lost like 4 games in a row. I lost my Mountain Rank. I had to gain it back.
In Dragon Ball.
I had to gain my rank back, dog. It was heartbreaking. My man Hit kept on dying, dog. It's so God. Stop killing my man Hit. These men just kept on jumping. I couldn't get him, bro. They was in the air. How am I supposed to punch him in the air, bro? I can't hit him up there, bro.
Sorry,
Shit.
You were low.
Really freaking out. He's really freaking out right now.
You were low.
Bro, that's my margin rank, dog. I had to get it back. That took a part of me, man. That took a piece of me with it.
Oh man.
But yo,
Sweet
Snap.
Jesus.
Yo.
What was your most hated video game?
Yeah. What's your number one least favorite
video game?
Fighting game.
Fighting game. Not video game. Fighting game.
Okay, so I'm gonna blame Bonsai for this one a little bit because
everything is his fault.
I'm gonna do a quick off-topic thing to build up
Oh my
into why
god.
it's like this.
You
So
bet. It better not
everyone
be the
who
game of the week.
knows, no, everyone who knows that I'm like way deeper into anime because of
Oh
like you
my god.
essentially, right? So do you guys remember a couple years back when we got J-Star?
Yeah.
Yes.
I've been watching so much anime since we got J-Star that J-Star probably became one of my most hated games off of wasted potential alone.
Do you mean
Yeah.
JStar or Jump Force?
Both.
Okay.
You sure? All right.
And
Elaborate.
I
say
love
that
J-Star.
like no, don't get me wrong, J-Star was great, but like I think I I wanted so much more and I was so disappointed like
What
once
it
I
could
really
have
started
been.
learning exactly. Because when you see how much potential something has and the fact that they never did anything with it again. You know what I mean? Like did we ever get a J-Star 2?
No.
Maybe in
No,
Japan
we got
only.
Jump Force.
We
Yeah,
got Jump Force. I think Jump
Who the fuck
Force
cares about Jump Force?
I think Jump Force had so much of a strong build up and a strong release. And then when you actually play Jump Force, it's like, all right, I'm bored.
All right.
Yeah.
Two things I gotta
Key
say. Yeah.
Bonsai told me, if I'm not mistaken, you actually did enjoy the storyline because you can create your own character, right?
No.
No? Oh, damn, never mind.
No.
Wait, so are you saying Jump Force and JStar are your most hated fighting games?
As of right now, probably because I don't have a big fighting game background. You know what I
All
mean?
No, I
right.
feel
I
it.
can't
Two
really
things I
say
have
I
to
hate a
say real
fighting
quick
game.
though.
What's up?
Why do I get blamed for
It's not.
it
It's
being
not.
number one?
It's not you blaming me. It's just my understanding and
Uh,
appreciation for anime has reached such a
okay.
height where my expectation for anime games just hit like a higher
Oh.
level. You know what I mean?
No, be
Okay.
100 with it. It's his fault, punk ass bitch.
No, I mean, all right, yeah. Screw you for raising my expectations. You piece of shit.
Right, you made him
But
care.
I
he
care
cares
now,
more.
Morty. He's like,
No,
don't boo. I've seen what makes you cheer.
no, but my second thing I was going to say to you, Snapple, because you weren't here to hear my part. I said Jumper was my hated game too.
Yeah,
Oh
For exactly the
wow,
that's
same
really?
very
for
funny.
exactly the same thing you said.
Wow, that's crazy. Okay.
For exactly the same thing. It was a
Bro,
huge
how
I mean,
talking about that game, bro? I feel like we talked about that game for damn near a year before it came out.
See,
because
my thing was,
I hyped it up so hard because I was hyped for it, just like any other
No, but I
game.
mean,
Anytime I
yeah,
hype a
just
game
like
up,
any
it's
other
bad.
anime fan.
It's my curse.
Stop
I
hyping
can't just
games
blame
up.
you for that one though, because it was me, you, and Jamshake. Like we were all at lunch at the job together talking about that game. I fully remember it wasn't just you. You know what I mean? Like I'll take part in that. I was hyped for the game too. I had a lot of expectations.
Word.
That's the whole issue. Like I had so much expectation
For
for that
all
game.
intents and purposes, this game should have been the shit.
It should have been what J-Star was
100%.
supposed to be.
That's what I'm saying. So
And
J-Star
J-Star was
was
funner.
built kind of, yeah, very much. J-Star was built kind of like I guess Xenoverse, if that makes sense.
I think
Where
JStar
you,
might have been first, but yeah, I feel you.
Yeah,
yeah,
that similar engine, just with a fucking terrible HUD. God, that HUD was disgusting.
yeah.
Yeah, you're right
Big
about
fan.
that.
But I enjoy, or like, yeah, so like Xenoverse or Tenkaichi or whatever.
Yeah,
They had
definitely like
that,
that
the
Tenkaichi
big
feel, where you
open,
can run
the
around.
big open arena. Yeah, you can run around, you can fly around. I don't think you can fly, could you?
You could.
And
You
Jump
can, yeah,
Force?
yeah,
I don't. Could you?
Not in Jump Force, in J-Star.
in J-Star,
Oh,
because I
and
remember flying around
JStar.
with Vegeta.
Maybe per character. Maybe like on a per character
Yeah.
basis.
Or maybe they had a flying dash, and that's what I
Maybe.
remember. I don't know.
Maybe.
But I do like that's the kind of game that I've wanted so fucking bad out of an anime game. Like
Right.
every anime fight we've ever seen, there are hand-to-hand fights, like hand-to-hand moments, yes, but it always takes place over like a desert or a fucking forest. You know what I mean?
Right,
It's not
right. Somewhere
like
safe.
yeah, like I really enjoyed not somewhere safe, but somewhere large. You know what I mean? Like they're getting
Right.
smacked through mountains. They're getting fucking they're fighting in the air for extended periods of time.
Right.
Except like for the exception, there are a few who aren't like that. Say like like I can't even say that because even they got knocked around to a bunch of places. There were city fights, but like Yu Yu Hakusho, where they're more grounded. You know what I mean? They're not zipping 30 feet in the air all over the place. Like they did have times where they were punching people upward and getting up there and fucking them up, but it wasn't
Right.
like they were flying all the time like in Dragon Ball Z. But then you
Right.
have people like Naruto or well, Naruto, yeah, jumping from tree to tree, fighting not in the air but elevated. You know what I mean? Where they
Nah, I'm
tried.
not. I mean, like during the later Naruto, these guys were actually flying. Like every like damn near every
Oh yeah,
powerful
yeah,
character.
100%, yeah. But and that's the kind of thing I wanted from an anime fighting game. Like I loved the Tenkaichi games because they had those open scales. Like
Right.
Budokai 3, phenomenal game. Budokai Tenkaichi 2, was it 2 or 3? I can't remember which one was. But it was just like having that where you could like do a Kamehameha wave, and if someone was flying past the mountain, you would destroy the mountain. You know what I mean?
Right, right.
That's cool, and I want to be able to do that. That's what I thought Jump Force was going to be, but it ended up just being like the what was it? That Pokemon game.
Pokken?
Pokken battle or whatever, Pokken tournament, where I can't remember which one it's called, but it was just like you had a big stage and it was wide,
feel, especially with the graphics.
But like if I'm playing as Ichigo, I mean, if I'm going if I'm going to fucking to fight someone in that aspect, I want to be flying in the air. You know what I mean? I want to send down entire fucking. I want to devastate the battlefield. I don't want to just fucking slice up a guy in front of me and send him. You know what I mean? Maybe a block away and then walk up to him again. Like that's whack.
Hey,
that's super whack.
You know, I agree
better ideas.
with all of y'all in so many levels, but I think like J-Star specifically, not Jump Force. J-Star will always hold like a special place in my heart. Like as a group, I feel like that was a big step for us. Like we played for 20 hours straight.
Yeah.
Like from like 8 to like 7 a.m., bro. Like all night. Like there was no games. And I want to also be clear. I don't think we played it any other time after that day one.
I don't remember. I don't remember another day.
Every character we played for an hour, and I just remember like the joy of, oh man, I got my boy Aizen in it. I got my boy freaking. I don't even know.
I got my boy Suna from Hitman Reborn and that shit.
Just like the pure just pleasure, and bro, it was like 4 a.m. I wasn't tired one time, bro. Not one time. Just to keep on unlocking the characters, that was such a crazy, wholesome moment in our history, and I can never shit on J-Stars because of it.
Yeah, I really can't either.
I always have Jump Force can go suck a dick, but J-Stars I can't, dude. I don't have the strength, bro. Just those moments, man.
I guess my memories of Jump Force are a lot clearer than J-Star was.
Oh no, Jump Force is
more recent.
But
makes sense.
Man,
but
J-Star, what a game, bro.
I'd say, Lou, you got
game.
Lou and Dill had that one team with Kenshiro and the other dude, and they were unbeatable with them at one point.
Bro, are you not talking about an Aizen Madara, bro? Come
the
on,
Aizen Madara, and then you had Kenshiro and
on.
someone else.
Man, what a game, dog.
And what's his name?
Oh,
Toe?
that's right.
I
don't remember.
The dude Toe, or Ruff, or whatever his name is. He
Rao?
had a four-letter word. Yeah,
It's
I used
Rao,
him too. He had
yeah.
that grab move.
Yeah,
and
I remember
using
that.
Toguro. Oh man, J-Star was great.
I understand all the things that it can be a better game, no doubt. And I blame Jump Force more for it, not all the stuff you said would be so dope, and Jump Force could have did it and they didn't. So I blame Jump Force more than J-Star. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're not wrong because Jump Force's expectations were way too high for them to drop the ball the way they did.
I think Jump Force should have gone all out with its ludicrousness. It tried to keep things way too grounded, way too realistic.
You know what bothers the hell out of me?
Don't show a
this day?
trailer of them fucking meeting on the tops of skyscrapers, and then you fight on a single city block in Times Square. You know what I mean? That's fucking whack. That's so whack.
Bro, they have Ichigo from the end of the manga, right?
Every Bleach character was from the end of the manga.
Right, but then they bring you a DLC, way after release
with Grandma
of Madara, who's not even the final version of Madara.
Oh yeah, he is the final version.
Nah, He's reanimated, I think. I don't even think he's alive.
Yeah,
Madara.
he is reanimated, Madara.
Yeah.
But you have Final Four, Naruto, and Sasuke.
Exactly. And then we have Kaguya. Are you kidding me? Like, you're gonna
Honestly.
disrespect my guy like that?
Bro,
the
first character they showed, bro, was freaking Light Yagami from Death Note. Everyone was like, bro, this game's gonna be wild. You're gonna play as Light?
Honestly.
Like, how in the world are they pulling that off? But no, he's not even playable, bro.
Why even show him at that point?
For real.
To
piss you off of
because they pump fake the hell out of us, bro. That's what all that was.
For real,
That should be illegal.
Why is a DLC like a year later, mind you, of Madara, his ultimate super powerful move is a Susanoo?
Bro, what was the point of all the animes that exist on this freaking planet, and you're gonna add more Dragon Ball into the game through DLC? Like, bro, what?
Dragon Ball's added more Dragon Ball to the Dragon Ball game as well as another Dragon Ball game.
At least J-Star had Kuro Sensei, bro.
It did.
What? Like,
you know who Kuro Sensei was.
For real.
Freaking Luke knows Assassination now.
Guys,
And
I take
Jump Force
everything
has
back. I take
11
everything back about J-Star.
Dragon
They
Ball
introduced me
characters,
to
bro.
Kuro Sensei, bro. Oh my god,
Bro,
I forgot.
Yo, Jump Force sucks, bro. Like, I'm done with Jump Force, bro. How are you gonna put your eyes in a whack game like that, bro? I can't believe they did my man's like that, yo. This game is trash, dog.
Before we transition to the next person, can I give you guys my favorite funny memory from J-Star?
Go for it.
Do you guys remember the Awakening mode for J-Star, how the team would, like, go ham together?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, you would pick the one assist character, Jaguar, and he would be going fucking hard on the flute.
Flute boy. Yo, he was nice, bro.
He was going so fucking ham on the flute.
He went hard, bro. His eyes were closed. He was sweating. He was going hard. He was like, yeah, Goku and Naruto and Ichigo are all here, but I got my flute, and I'm ready to fuck shit up.
I got my flute.
Like, I gotta find a clip of that just because how hilarious it was. Because I think it was K who always put him on his team.
Yeah, I had him. I forgot why I put him on.
Somebody who kept running away.
It might have been me with Yusuke, since his whole deal was he could hold a spirit gun and move freely with it, and he had all kinds of different maneuvers with it.
I could have sworn we had split up. I think me and Dill were on the team. It was our Aizen and Madara combo, and then our opponents were staring across from us, and then y'all just split up in different directions. So me and Dill just dipped after y'all like an actual anime scene. That thing was great. That thing was so great. It was just like
I think J-Star captures the wildness of anime more than Jump Force does.
Yeah, it just goes back to what Protege was talking about, because J-Star actually had stages. You could destroy buildings to get to each other. It was the actual stages from the anime. It was crazy.
It had a lot of personality.
That's what I'm saying. I love that about anime fighters. That's what I want from an anime fighter. If I'm playing a character that can destroy city blocks, I want to destroy city blocks. If I'm playing a character that can get smashed through a mountain, I want to smash a nigga through a mountain, bro. It's not that hard.
That's that prison life.
It's really not that hard though. It's not. It's like it should write itself. Like the game really should have made itself, and then it didn't.
Honestly, like they wanna make every game play like fucking Ultimate Ninja Storm. The One Punch Man game plays like that. The My Hero game plays like that.
Yeah,
all arena fighters play the same. That's why I always shit on arena fighters.
Storm created the modern arena fighter.
Yeah, well, I don't blame Storm. Storm was great, and also the first.
No, yeah, Storm is its own thing. I mean, it did it first, but.
Yeah, I was say if you start the trend, like you can't be mad at them.
Word. Make it grander. And dog, especially with that fucking with the One Punch Man game, Genos destroyed, like, he made a fucking crater in the earth trying to fight Saitama. Yeah. So like you can't do that. You can't you'll do a big blast and it'll hurt a guy and he'll say ow and maybe die.
Man, that game is trash. That game,
like, you can say what you want about like the My Hero games. I think they're super fun. That One Punch Man game, bro, that looks bad, dude. Like that looks really bad.
Like, honestly, the only thing that's bad about the My Hero games is online. You can't turn assist characters off. Outside of that one, it's 1v1. It's awesome.
I still
Honestly.
gotta play it. I'm still
All
trying.
right. So
yeah.
that was Snapple Grapple's list. His threes and his twos and his ones. Tekken.
My threes and my twos and my ones. You feel me?
Bars.
Bars and bars and bars. And
Tekken,
so,
MK, Def
yeah,
Jam,
MK
Force Nine.
and then Def Jam. And then we have Jump Force, which we went on like a 20-minute tangent on why that thing was trash and a half.
Yeah, I'm sorry
Yeah.
to the listeners out there, but you guys need to understand like how
They-
bad that game is.
They got 2 doses of why Jump Force was trash.
Bro, I
Right,
got my
right.
cousins like asking me like, "Oh, bro, I just got Jump Force. You play Jump Force?" I'm like, "God damn it!" Just,
So-
It was straight
God
booty
damn it.
I
goobers.
have not educated you enough.
I'd be like,
Like-
"Get any other fighting game, and I'll cave, but I'm not getting Jump Force."
So as far as I could see, as far as the food chain goes, the best fighting game in the world is Def Jam Fight for New York. And the
You're not
worst
wrong.
the worst fighting game to ever
I
exist is
detect no
Jump
lies.
Force.
Jump Force, yo, trash, bro.
More like
That-
more like Dump Force.
That's
This
just
might be
that's
That
just
was
averaging
good.
the
That was very
scores.
good.
accurate like podcast you guys will hear in like the next 10 years.
And so
100%.
that is that. That is the food chain as we almost one kind of fell asleep or fell into the ether.
Well,
Yeah, word. I don't
We're
know
not
where he
entirely
went.
sure
Oh my
where he
God.
went. And
We
so
gotta
I
get him
want
out of Adams 4.
yeah, we don't know where the hell he went, but I want
I was
to
gonna say-
I want to thank I want to thank you guys.
Wait.
Bruh.
Are we not gonna hear McWhoopie's top
Yeah,
three?
that's what I was gonna say. If we're not going
Has
to hear
McWhoopi
the
not
nightmares,
made his top 3?
yeah, I want to hear McWhoopie since we didn't get to hear nightmares.
Wow. McWhoopi, how dare you try to leave on that note?
I know.
We're
You're
trying
always
to
the host.
skedaddle out of here.
We want to hear what the main host has to say.
This is
Oh,
the
I mean,
finale
this-
for season 1.
This is the finale. Let
True,
you
this
spit
is
some
true.
bars on this one. Let's drop the beat. What are your
He-
top 3?
He thought I was interrupting. I'm like, nah,
Yo.
I want to hear your shit.
Sorry, my cat tried to literally pull my microphone thing out of my PlayStation.
He said, I'm about
He's
to
like-
say my top
he's like-
3.
He's like, they're not ready for this. For this he said the flames are coming.
Was it Larold or
It was
Gerald?
It was Gary.
Gare Bear.
He must be hungry or
Gary.
something. Anyway,
Here we go. McWhoopie.
Big
all right. So if we're starting from number threes, the very last game. Now, mine are broken more into installments since I've played so many, and I have varying different opinions on each game in each series. So I break them down because especially games in the series that I'm going to start with, since they all play drastically different, and that's my number 3 is Street Fighter 4.
I love Street Fighter 4. Good game.
Yeah, I love Street Fighter 4, and it's kind of the reason why I break things down into their individual parts because the Street Fighter series they all play different. Street Fighter 2 plays different from Street Fighter 3. Street Fighter 3 and then Alpha and then 4 and 5 are all different. But I like Street Fighter 4, and it really sticks with me. Aside from the gameplay, like if we get away from the gameplay, Gary, get away. If we get away from the gameplay, Street Fighter 4 was one of the first fighting games I took really, really seriously.
Okay.
Because I had other games, Soul Calibur 4, and Tekken 6. Those were like the other games that I had alongside Street Fighter 4, and I played them online. But for some reason, Street Fighter 4 stuck out to me more than them. There's a lot of jank in Soul Calibur 4. Looking back on it, and Tekken 6. I just wasn't as good as I could have been, and I know it. So I didn't have as much fun. But Street Fighter 4 really kind of revitalized me with fighting games. I wanted to take it a little bit more seriously. And not to mention, when I say Street Fighter 4, when a game first dropped, it's usually called Vanilla Street Fighter 4. That's not the one I'm talking about. I should be saying Super Street Fighter 4.
Got you.
With-
I hear you guys talk about that one a lot.
Yeah, because it brought 10 whole new characters, a new ultras, new stages, all that stuff, better balancing, stuff like
Nice
that.
big upgrade.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we played Street Fighter 4 for hours.
For hours,
That's when
yeah. Me and
that's when
Shake
I
for
started liking
hours
the
and
game.
hours and hours. And we just have matchup after matchup. And And as far as gameplay goes, it still feels like one of the most solid Street Fighters of all
Yeah, I
time.
agree.
Street Fighter 5 feels weird to me. Street Fighter 3, I never took Street Fighter 3 super seriously, and I was way too young to enjoy Street Fighter 2 and Alpha to its fullest potential.
Right.
But Street Fighter 4 is like that sweet spot. I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed Blanka in that one. I don't like him so much in Street Fighter 5, but like he was the perfect size and speed in Street Fighter 4. Is very tricky, but of course, I can't talk about Street Fighter 4 without bringing up my boy Hakan, the oil king.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's what that is.
I
Yeah.
think you could argue that
Bro, he
Street
was
Fighter
hard.
4
He went
was
hard as shit.
like that was the perfect balance because all fighting games want to do nowadays is appeal to the casual, but I think that Street Fighter 4 had like that perfect casual to pro balance that it really felt weird going into Street Fighter 5 after Street Fighter 4.
No, you're definitely right. Because Street Fighter 5 is definitely more. It feels looser to me. It doesn't feel as complete.
Yeah, it's more simplistic, I think.
Yeah, it's very simple. It's got one game plan: go, 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 go,
Yeah.
until you win.
Where Street Fighter 4, you can be defensive and offensive on it.
Bro,
Yeah,
with the super
exactly.
cancels and stuff and all the craziness, there's a lot of stuff.
Right. It was
Bro,
so
dynamic
fleshed out.
cooking time.
Dynamic cooking time.
I also think the focus attack was such a good inclusion that I think they should never have taken away. I think it should have stayed forever.
Seriously, and some people didn't like the focus because they thought it made it too defensive, which is weird because they're coming off of Street Fighter 3, which is the most defensive Street Fighter of all time.
Honestly.
But I really enjoyed
perfect parries and everything.
Exactly, and I really enjoyed the focus attacks, the FADCs, the focus attack dash cancels. I never was good at them,
Right.
but strangely enough, you were Jam Shake. You were very good at them.
I was good at them. Yeah.
But
Stuff was cool,
no,
man.
I have a lot I could say, but I don't want to hammer on too much about a whole bunch of individual events and stuff. But that was one of the first games where I really could just sit for like 12 hours straight and just play online. Not arcade, not practice, not any of that. I would just get home immediately from school and just play online until I had to go to sleep, and I wouldn't get bored, and I felt like I would get better. By the end of my run, I was an A rank Blanka, which is one of the highest you can get, which I'm still proud of to this day.
Nice.
But Blanka's never felt that good to me, and Blanka's another character that I really have like a childlike connection to, because he was the first special move I ever did was his electric, because you just mashed the button real hard, and even a 4-year-old can do that, because I did.
Fair enough.
But that's my number 3. Street Fighter 4. I have a lot of good times with Jam Shake, and I even played a lot with Bonsai, and actually we kind of played it a lot in the very, very, very early stages of Food Chain, like the very early.
Yeah.
I remember you guys playing it a lot.
Yeah, like
before,
year
like,
1
lanes,
Food Chain.
like freaking Snapple Grapple and like Protege came on. Like, before, like the golden age, bro. Like for lanes and technically.
Yeah, super early.
Step in real quick.
Just
to step in real quick, like
remember when I talked about J Fuck that night, oh, it didn't mean nothing, bro. It's nothing.
when I started hanging around the chain, Street Fighter is literally the first game that got me back into fight games. Because like for a minute, I wasn't playing fight games from when I was younger. Before I met you guys, I kind of like stepped away from the fight game scene. But I'll never forget, we went over to play. I think we had MK was on the schedule, but we were playing Street Fighter, and I was playing with Hot Fries. And Hot Fries is just, I think he ran through somebody on some cheap shit. I was like, all right, well, I ain't played in a minute, fuck it. And one of my go-to characters for Street Fighter has always been Cody. And I ain't tooting no horns, but I swept that dude hard as shit. And I legit was like, oh shit, it don't leave you.
No,
it felt nice.
Was that the day that that Protege played and he said, I don't know who to use, and he used Sagat, and he actually got a round off on him, and he just went super hard on him afterwards?
That was the day. That was the day.
That was some good times.
Street Fighter, that brought me into the chain proper. Because before that, I was just like a hang around. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was just super proud of Protege because me and or Mick Whoopi and Jam, I believe he helped too, showed Protege how to do Sagat special, and he pulled it off, and he was super proud. I was like, hey, good shit.
That's good because it's kind of a, I don't want to call it a simple game because it's very much not a simple game, but it is something you can kind of come into and play for a little bit, start to get the hang of a few things, and do moderately okay.
Yes.
You're not going to sweep a whole room with your basic Street Fighter 4 skills. It wasn't that kind of game. But it was, I think it was a perfect balance. Just a perfect balance. And it introduced me to a lot of Street Fighter characters I didn't know because I never really followed Street Fighter like that. So I didn't even know Cody or Guy were like people, were things. So I saw them, I was like, oh, who's this guy? Who's this blonde dude? Another blonde guy? Who's this ninja dude? Just some dude? He's named Guy. Like, that's a weird name to name somebody.
Never might.
But I was introduced to a lot of things. Okay.
No, I remember that, but continue.
Yeah, it was a lot of good times in Street Fighter 4. I have so many great memories. I can't really go into all of them here, but just know a lot of great memories, and it's mostly built on memories and just my early life in the FGC because it was one of the ones that got me into it big time. Street Fighter 4 was one of the first tournament scenes I followed heavily. Like I watched Evo a lot and watched the Ultimate Marvel scene just because it was exciting. But just throughout the year, I would follow Street Fighter 4. So that was a big deal for me.
Interesting.
Street
Fighter 4 or Super Street Fighter 4.
Super Street Fighter 4, yeah. Super Street Fighter 4.
Yeah, more specifically.
Yeah, and they had other updates. They had Arcade
But where-
Edition and Ultra and stuff.
Arcade Edition's probably my favorite.
Well, that was Evil Ryu and Oni added there, right?
Because Oni's that dude.
And Yun and Yang.
Yeah, and Yun and Yang, that's right. When Yun came in and
Well,
broke
they
the
had
whole
to
game.
come back. They had to bring him back though, because like from what was that Street Fighter Alpha, those two were a goddamn problem.
Shit, they were.
Street Fighter 3, but yeah.
Street Fighter 3,
definitely.
right? Yeah, Street Fighter 3, they were.
Yeah.
Well, what's your number 2?
Number 2 is from one of my favorite series. I decided to choose a separate installment because I don't like every single series and every single game in the series, and that's the Mortal Kombat series.
Gotcha.
I'm not huge in every single game. I didn't like MK3 all that much. I didn't like Armageddon.
Armageddon's your favorite.
That's crazy because I feel like every like at least sort of decent gamer I know always says MK3 was their favorite.
I know, and I don't quite. I get it. It's a solid game. It's very tight, and it's probably like they're a perfect version. But I didn't like it. I didn't like honestly, I didn't really like the tone. It wasn't. I don't know. It just MK always had like a certain personality to me, and I think MK3 kind of lacked it.
I understand.
And
Yeah,
MK4.
it's all about trilogy if we talking MK3.
Oh yeah, trilogy's the shit. But and MK4 is one of my least favorite games of all time, but it's not. It wouldn't be my number one least favorite game of all time.
Right.
Okay.
But my favorite MK game is Mortal Kombat 2.
Okay.
And that's one. It's got a kind of, I think, a nine character roster, a 12 character roster. I'm sorry. But that was the first game. That was my first MK. Was MK2. MK1 wasn't my first.
Nice.
But MK2 was my first MK, and that was where I was first introduced to Reptile. He was like, that was it. He's green. You have Scorpion. Everyone knows Scorpion. Everyone knows Sub-Zero. But this is like a brand new ass ninja that I've never seen before.
Nice.
And I've watched my dad and my uncles play Mortal Kombat a lot. Same with Tekken and a lot of those other games. But I never seen him pick Reptile. I didn't know there was a green ninja.
Right.
So, and the thing that got me about him is that when he pulled his mask off, he was like a lizard underneath, and that was it. Like, that's what got me.
No, he's really a reptile. It's not just his name, Dad. Look at him.
Yeah.
He's really a reptile.
And it was really easy. It was just forward high punch to do his acid spit. And so I could figure that move out too. And he had other
Right.
cool moves like his force ball and slide, which I also knew how to do. And he was like one of the first characters I learned how to play. To I don't want to say their full potential because I was very young. I was in single digits at the time. But I felt confident that I could beat other people that were also 6 or 7 years old at Mortal Kombat.
That's where that
The
confidence started to
schoolyard
build.
wasn't doing nothing.
They wasn't like they weren't going to touch me. But I couldn't figure out the invisibility because that was a weird input. It was like up down block. I think that doesn't matter. I'm just reminiscing at this point. But yeah,
Now, this is a sidebar, but this kind of goes on what you're saying. And I'll go to the grave, and I'll say, I think you on MK9 were probably Evo ready.
You think so?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
100%.
I think you were on MK9. I think you're definitely like you could have went Evo. I think for sure.
Seriously, same.
Like
I remember we
that
said
was
this
truly.
before.
I don't think I've played games with Mick Whoopi for literally my entire life. That's not an over exaggeration. And I don't think there was ever a game that you're better at. I think that was like the best game that I was not touching. I don't think anyone was touching you on MK9, honestly.
Yeah.
Nah, man, that
Seriously,
reptile was.
man, his
That
reptile was
Baraka.
crazy. His Baraka
Yeah,
on MK9. Oh my
Reptile,
god.
like,
your Baraka was a
nobody
problem,
was
dog.
touching that.
On certain
Nobody.
on certain stages, I think the sand stage one of them, he had that. You could do that infinite on the corner too. It was just like, yep, game over.
King pressure in the corner to like a
Yeah.
40% damage X-ray. Like,
Yeah, like
no way.
you had that game down to a science.
Yeah, like, no, I don't think anyone was even... Now, I might have got you once or twice, but I was never, like, would have never challenged that at all.
Honestly, that's why we put hot fries on your team for tag teams, just so you can nerf you.
Well, those are all very kind things to say. Yeah, thanks for that. I'm happy y'all think so. I don't know, but that was a long time ago.
I do. It's
That
hard
was
to
a long
believe that
time
game
ago.
is almost a decade now.
That's
but-
almost a decade old.
That's actually crazy to think about.
But MK2 was also on a more sentimental note, which is why I choose MK2 over say MK9.
I feel you.
MK2 was one of the first games I played with my dad.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
So
me and Keith don't know about that, but go on.
I wasn't going to say anything. Come on.
So that sticks out to me in my head more than anything. And he tells the story all the time. So whether or not I actually remember or I just remember the story is up for debate. But it was MK2 definitely. But I was introduced to Reptile, and he's one of my favorite characters of all time. If not number one, will be Reptile. And that was when I was first introduced to him, and he's been my main in MK ever since. No matter how he plays, it'll be MK Deadly Alliance. When he had a trash ass design, I still mained Reptile. He was a full blown ass lizard, even though his clothes were cool. His lizard design was kind of weird.
I think it was the tail. The tail was a little much.
It was a little much.
And his head was a little weird. His head was like ugly.
Yeah, I think he should have had more of a frontal flat face. I think he would look more
Shaolin
scary.
Monks had a goated design.
Yeah, that's still one of the
Shaolin
best
design was
designs.
so tough. He was in the cut that whole game.
For real.
He was like, "Oh, who are you?" He's like, "Don't worry about it." Poof, smoke grenade.
Smoke grenades. Well, that's how he was in the story.
And then run.
But yeah, that's it's just it holds just a lot of emotional stuff for me. MK2 in particular. So it's got to be, if I choose a MK at all, it's got to be Mortal Kombat 2.
Nah, that's big respect, dude. Anybody who really knows Mick Whoopi knows that love for Reptile is like legendary. It's some next level stuff.
Big facts. I think I'm probably already know your number one, but
yeah, I
what
think
do you think your number one is?
I think
at least the Jamaican Shake will know what my number one is. I'm not sure if everyone else will know because I never talk about it that much. But
For honor.
it's a tight game. Definitely a tight game. But
Jump.
Fun.
It's like nah. It's like nah.
but my number one favorite game is Killer Instinct.
Yo, and I was gonna say that. I was gonna say KI. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's Killer Instinct for various reasons. Where do I start? I guess I'll start with I don't know. Just okay. I'll start with aesthetics first. I thought the logo, the Killer Instinct logo, is sick. The sharp metal, font is just super dope. And you know the KI, I never seen something like that before.
Right.
And the graphics I thought were super slick. I love the way everyone moved.
Right.
I loved everyone's their move set. But the thing that stood out to me, strangely more than most things in that game, in the first one at least, is the sound design. Everyone's sounds really stuck out to me. The noises they made, the sounds of their fists when they hit stuff. The fact that if you're Cinder and you punch Orchid, it sounds like you punch someone. But if you're Cinder and you hit Fulgore, it sounds like you hit metal. I thought that was super cool.
Right.
For a game that came out on the Super Nintendo.
Right. No, that audio, man. The audio is big. It's sort of like how I feel with certain shows and like the music in the background. Like it really can bring it out. You know, it can really.
Man, I was hit by freaking Ultra so many times on Cinder. I know the exact way that Cinder sounds for every hit memorized.
But and that was the game that made me really appreciate music in just in fighting games mostly, but music as a whole, because the soundtrack to Killer Instinct was the best soundtrack ever made for any fighting game in the world. I'll fight anyone over that.
Now, quick question.
So good.
What's up?
For your other two things, you went by certain parts of the franchise, not the entire franchise. So for your number one, are you talking about Killer Instinct, the whole franchise, or just the newest edition?
I was also something like that.
Yeah, I was hoping that question wouldn't get asked.
Nostalgia versus actually the better game.
Because I've been pendulum shifting like as I was speaking now.
I mean, if you want to take certain aspects from the whole franchise, like not have a favorite game, but just take from certain aspects, that's also good.
Kind of. But I didn't like Killer Instinct 2, which is why I didn't lump the entire series. Because if I only like 2 out of the 3 of your games, that's a whole 33% of your thing I don't fuck with.
I mean, I was gonna say I can understand that because I can't go back to playing Blade War 1 after playing all the other ones because there's no.
The thing is, I can go back and play KI 1 and not even think about KI 2 though.
Yeah.
KI2 just had a trash roster
and trash music.
Do you prefer the new KI, like some of the most recent games, or KI 1?
If I had to choose, I'd play the new KI. Like that's where I'm at, and I have mad respect for Mick Gordon, who took over the role for the music in there, because he didn't just say here's some music for KI. Here it is. It's this like the same kind of orchestra that like MK does to keep things sounding quote unquote epic. Like he took the heart and soul of the characters themselves and created a theme out of that, just like the original KI. And since the music was such a big deal for me as a kid, that was huge. That was so huge. The dynamic themes and everything, that was massive for me.
Bro, when you introduced the dynamic things to me, I felt like I was like in a new world. I was like, and then you told me like all the work that went into them. I was like, Jesus Christ.
Spinal's theme on KI3 is maybe one of my favorite music pieces in game. Period.
I agree. I agree.
It is
freaking
so good.
It's phenomenal. It's masterful. It's perfect.
Yeah, it's incredible. Honestly,
how many different languages did you say they say in that whole damn thing?
Is it 20 something? 20 something languages?
It's not in different languages. It's one like Slavic language, but the instruments are pieced together from like 20 different countries.
That's crazy. Because he's a pirate, so he's going all around the world.
It's amazing, dude.
Which is genius. That's genius music work.
And then they and you know what's even worse? MK turned him down. Man,
What?
what a L,
shame.
yeah.
Right, we
He
could
was
have
gonna do the
personalized music
for
again.
MKX and what he was gonna do for MKX, and then they turned him down.
Why? That's what MK misses. That's where Killer Instinct always steps over MK. Because in MK2 and 3, they have awesome music too. Like all their stages are awesome. The Deadpool is great. Armory is great. All of them, they're all great. I remember them. I would get filled with a lot of nostalgia if I heard them. But Killer Instincts was just so much better. There's more character focused, which is more important to me than stage focused, to be honest.
Right.
Not good.
And let's see. Oh, and as far as the characters go, and this one is really big. This is probably the biggest event in my whole fighting game career. Is when I was introduced to Riptor. Now the thing with Riptor, and this is going to be sound kind of technical. But the thing with Riptor is, like, obviously he's a dinosaur. I'm a big fan of dinosaurs, and Jurassic Park was one of my favorite movies at the time. So obviously, yeah, exactly. So obviously, I could play as a dinosaur. I wouldn't play as her. But it was more than that. Riptor was the first character that I learned all her moves, and I know I said that about Reptile, but I only learned Reptile's moves because I understood Riptor's moves. If I'm making any sense. But it wasn't just Reptile that I learned. Because Riptor had a charge move. You hold back and punch, she'll do a dash, and it's a ram attack. Or you can hit the kick button and she'll jump forward and rake you with her claws on her feet. But she also had a quarter circle back move where she would roll and hit you with her tail. But she also had another quarter circle back move where she would shoot a fireball. And she had a Shoryuken move where she would do like a low fireball that was still kind of tethered to her throat. And also,
I remember.
You could cancel her charge forward move, the ram. You could cancel the ram into her jumping claw swipe into her tail whip. So that's 3 moves that can all flow into each other. And this is on Killer Instinct 1 for the Super Nintendo. And as I was learning all these moves, I was introduced to all these aspects. I was introduced to the fact that characters can hold back to charge and push forward to do a move. If I do a Hadouken motion, whether it be back or forward, a move will come out. I can do this weird Shoryuken command and something will come out. And I was able to take that to other games like Street Fighter, like honestly it was just pretty much Street Fighter at the time. I could take that to Street Fighter, I could take that to MK, and I could learn different moves. MK never really had any charge attacks, but I was able to build a foundation from Riptor. So Riptor was like my ground level, and I built everything off of her. Riptor into Reptile Reptile taught me other things about. Reptile taught me the force ball where I had to hit 2 separate face buttons to do it, or hit 4 forward and back backs. So those 2, they were like my foundation for everything that I built upon, skill wise. And so that's that. And then there's always the sentimentality. I also played Killer Instinct more with my dad as well. But I was a little bit older, so I was more conscious. So I was like fighting my dad as opposed to just playing with him, probably with an unplugged controller. Looking back,
I feel like we've all been there at some point.
Yeah.
Nah, bro. I was raised by orc and demons. We had trial by fire. My Aunt Lisa used to murder my little ass. She didn't care.
Damn, it's crazy. I really had your number 1 and your number 2 switched around.
Oh, really? You thought KI was 2 and MK was 1?
Yeah, honestly, I thought KI was gonna be on the list.
Well, I had 1 and 2, right?
And
I wasn't sure about 3.
You said Street Fighter. I was like, okay. I didn't. It was gonna be funny if no one mentioned Street Fighter on the top list for a fighting game thing. So I was like, all right, KI is probably gonna be on this list, but I didn't think it was gonna be your number 1.
Well, I don't talk about KI that much on the podcast because, and I just know this about myself. I cannot be objective about it. I can't look at it through a lens other than the rose tinted glasses that I have on currently. I know that I can't. If someone says, "Hey, the graphics in KI1 were kind of weak," I'd be like, "Fuck you, get out, podcast over, leave, get out of my house."
Yo, 100%. I could have called that his favorite was going to be KI, only because this man bought an Xbox One for the sole purpose of playing KI.
Honest,
No one does that. They buy the whole console
I
for one
remember
game.
that night so clearly, yo. We hunted. We stole some mother's pre-ordered Xbox One because she didn't come in to buy it. She didn't show up during the pre-order day.
He's not lying, bro. He's not. Like, that was someone's pre-order I have in my house right now that doesn't belong to me. I paid for it, but it's not mine. But I can't be objective about it, and I didn't even realize I couldn't be until one night. I guess it was nighttime at a MagFest quite a long time ago. It might have been the second or third MagFest we went to. So this is before we all started going. This was just me and Jam Shake, and we were sitting in the subway, standing in line at a subway, and we started talking about Street Fighter V. So whenever year that came out, that's the MagFest we went to. We were just talking about Street Fighter V, trying to pass the time, and I was like, man, I can't believe Street Fighter V like dropped with so little characters, and like they're gonna keep dropping characters DLC. That's so whack. Like, why are they going to do this? Why is it console exclusive and this and that and that? And Jamshake, he was like, well, yeah, but like Killer Instinct was the same way, was the same exact way. It was only on Xbox. It had a very small roster to start with, and it was going to build upon it with DLC. And my brain said, he's right. You have no argument. But my heart said, punch your brother in the face right now, as hard as you can.
It's true, though.
Punch your brother in the face right now.
And looking back, yeah, Jamshake was definitely right. Like, it was the same exact scenario. I had no argument. But it's something I can't really go into with a critical eye, so I don't bring it up that often, because if it gets brought up where something is imperfect about it, I do get offended.
That's how I feel about Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. There will never be a better shooter ever in existence, ever. And if you say that there is, you're probably lying.
That's how I feel about Halo. That's how I feel about Halo 3, freaking shooter-wise.
Man, the ultimate L of Killer Instinct was the newest one. Was that it was only on the Xbox? Like, man, if that would have came to PlayStation.
Truly, I might have.
Oh my god, I would have absolutely hopped on that thing, no doubt.
The only reason I thought about getting an
on the Xbox,
KI and Halo.
But man, I wish it would have came to PlayStation. I feel like, the Killer Instinct, the newest one, was 7 years ago now.
Jesus.
Oh my god.
Like, I would not believe that. I feel like if it were on both consoles and it hit both viewer bases, both console bases, I think we would have had another one by now, if that were the case.
You're definitely right.
That's crazy. It's 7 years, and it still has one of my favorite graphics of a game ever.
Yeah, it looks really, really fantastic still.
What made me bang with that game so heavy. I remember when Kay was teaching me how to play, because they put General Rom in the game.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh my god.
And it still looks
cool. And then I started actually getting decent with him, and he looks so cool. I was like, damn, this game looks good. I'm not the biggest fan, but this thing looks really good.
And the thing especially with new KI, I want to focus on the new KI for a second, is I love how they design their characters, because they've been doing this since the first one, is where they'll take an archetype that's not a fighting game archetype, just like a character archetype, and they'll make that a character. You need a generic mummy archetype, well, here's your Kanra. Your Japanese ghost girl archetype, well, here's Hisako. You need your robot archetype, well, here's Fulgor. Your fire people, they're very popular right now. Well, here's our fire guy, here's Cinder. And so on and so forth. Your werewolf character, oh, we got Saberwolf. And that's just how they took it. And from different horror movies and regular movies and everything, and they just built characters around it.
Right.
I will say I absolutely fucking love the DLC choices that they made in that fucking game. Adding General Ram from Gears of War, fucking solid. Adding the Arbiter from Halo.
Yeah, Arbiter, dude, so cool.
That was oof. Oh,
Yeah,
did it
that
for
was
me,
so
bro.
cool,
I was
man.
like, yo, I 100% would have gotten that game if I had an Xbox. That shit was
But
cool.
they never
But
put in powdered toast, man.
They never put
Which
in
is
powdered
horrible.
toast, man.
Powdered Toast Man needed to be in that. Come on, we got Battletoads, bro.
We got Battle.
Who else? Who
Man,
else?
We got
they made
Battletoads,
Tusk
bro.
cool on that. They made a freaking lame ass Conan ripoff cool in the new one, man. Like,
But all the whack characters from 2 they made cool, and I have so much respect for it. Like all their character designs, the way they brought them back was so awesome. From Killer, see the fact that I keep forgetting about KI2 makes it even more impressive to me. Cause seeing like KI1 Saberwolf into KI3 Saberwolf, amazing. Don't get me started on Cinder's redesign. He's still one of my favorite redesigns in the whole series. Cinder
yeah,
from
Cinder
1
looks
to
awesome,
3,
dude.
from his personality to the way they did his fire to his playstyle, forget about it.
He's
It's
so
freaking
cool.
awesome. And
Freaking. Real quick, can I give you one of my favorite memories of you, McWhoopi, from the new KI?
Go for it.
It was when you guys took me to my first MagFest, and we were about to leave for food or either to go back to the hotel to chill for a moment.
I think we're just
And
leaving
we
all
were
together.
Yeah, and we were leaving, and you just caught Killer Instinct on a side glance. Like, you didn't, like, walk over to the we were leaving, and a side glance, and then you walked past it, and then you did a double take. And then he's like, wait a minute, guys, and walked over, and you got on the six with the person who was playing it, and you was just like, I haven't played it forever, but I really feel like playing Glacius real quick. And you absolutely just destroyed the guy on the sticks. Like, haven't played the game in forever, just destroyed him 5 times. And you say, that felt good. Got up, and then we left. I was like, I feel so bad for this guy. Oh my god.
That felt good.
And the guy, and to make it worse, the guy was like, "Oh man, you're really good with Glacier. Is he your main?" And Mick Wolpe was like, "At one point, yes, but not anymore."
Oh, it would have been so savage if we were just like, no, and just left
and walked away.
But you
We
know
were
how
out in the
humble he is.
Microsoft store for like an hour and a half just playing it because it had a demo there.
Yeah, we didn't even own it at that time.
No, that was the same day you were like, fucking I'm buying this now. And then we
shoot, that's right.
hunted GameStops after that.
That night was debauchery because not only did we take that from a poor mother who was probably buying it for her buying the Xbox, buying KI, and buying Xbox Gold put me in the red like $75.
True.
And I willingly did all that. I didn't accidentally go into the red. I was like, it's like I'm going to be in the red after this.
That's fine with me. Yeah.
Oh, but yeah, but I can really ramble on all night long about
yeah, I guess we should go on to your your least favorite game.
Yeah, my least favorite game. It's already been said before. So I'll try to attack it at a different angle. Yeah, Jump Force. No, I'll try to attack it at a different angle than everyone else has, and that's the Dead or Alive series.
Oh,
I knew that.
But
I knew it was gonna be Dead or Alive.
But strictly going from 4 onwards, because I actually played 3 and I enjoyed 3.
Was 3 on 360?
3 was on Xbox, the original Xbox.
Original, okay.
Yeah, I played it a lot, and it wasn't as gratuitous. It wasn't nearly as gratuitous as 4 onwards were.
3 was the one with Female Master Chief, right?
With the Spartan, wasn't it?
It was. That might have been that was Ultimate Edition for it was like Dead or Alive 4 Ultimate Edition or something.
Okay.
Dead or Alive 3 was the last one I played.
Okay, continue.
But we already tackled the absolute grossness of the series now, how just pandering and disgusting and regressive the whole series is now. It's a joke. It's a parody of fighting games at this point. And it goes to show that Dead or Alive 6 is the most gratuitous of it, and it completely failed. It didn't go for a quarter as long as Dead or Alive 5 was, because no one digs that shit anymore. Like, no one fucks with all these for $3,000 worth of bikini outfits. No one fucks with that no more. For your fake looking female characters.
They don't even look real. It's just
They
like
don't look real.
balloons.
If
It's
we're
just like
talking
balloons bouncing around, bro. It's not even realistic, yo.
in strictly aesthetic talks, the characters in that game don't look real. And I don't need realness, obviously. Obviously I'm not looking for total realism. But if you're banking on sex appeal, your characters better look real. If that's your draw, you better have normalized proportions that don't make me go, that's fucking weird.
You know where I think they messed up?
Oh,
They wanted
everything.
sex appeal, well, obviously, but they wanted sex appeal, but they didn't take the same approach as Soul Calibur. Look at Ivy. Granted, they scaled Ivy's clothes down, but I'd say the sexiest she's looked is when she had this full pirate's outfit on. She
That
was
was,
fully covered, but she was attractive. But they also made her move set to mirror her body type.
that's
She
true,
didn't
yeah.
look like she was doing like um unrealistic movements. Like her boobs legit won't let her move certain ways with her whip blade. She doesn't do her grab like she doesn't have the breasts. Like she legit moves everything in conjunction with having a very voluptuous body. It translates well. It makes sense. The science, the gravity of that character is felt when you play it. But that's Soul Calibur. Dead or Alive was like, well, we like hentai. Let's put it in a video game.
I honestly
Pretty
couldn't have
much.
said it better myself, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But we already touched on that grossness. But I really want to touch on on the gameplay of it. Like I thought, like even back then, I was like, Dead or Alive is shallow and freaking weak.
Yeah,
And
you
I
used to say
would
it was basic.
it was basic, a basic 3D fighter. I mean,
Yeah.
it was like if someone was told to make a 3D fighter, but they were still like in college, and it was like their first 3D fighter they've ever made. That's what
Yeah,
it
that's
felt
what I'm
like.
saying.
The way they moved was weird. Everyone's attacks were super snappy. There was no weight to them.
The
People had
game,
throws that would have them throw people 45 feet in the air, but no one looked like they were throwing anyone. It's hard to explain.
this game just feels like it lacks a soul.
It's very soulless.
Yes.
It's a very soulless
It
experience.
definitely
Yes.
is. Definitely is.
The characters are bland. Half the cast are ninjas, but
It's
not in the
so
cool
bland.
MK way. They all just
Yeah. The only
it's
good
good.
ninja got his own video game anyway.
Yo,
The
for
only
real.
The
good
only
ninja
ninja was a
already
video
had
game.
his own video game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was a
Yeah.
guest character to begin with. I don't know. It's really frustrating to think about because I've played it and it's really easy to play. And people say it's hard to master it, but I fucking doubt
No,
it. I
not at
really
all.
fucking doubt it.
The only part that's hard to master is knowing which direction to counter in.
Yeah,
Sometimes.
that's like weak. That's weak sauce techniques though. That's just
Yeah.
know when to counter. That shit you learned
Yeah.
in arena fighters. That shit you learned in
Yeah.
like Storm. When to fucking
It was
substitute and shit.
it wasn't even that hard because most attacks on Dead or Alive were mid attacks anyway, so you just had to do the mid counter. You could spam the mid counter. Eventually, you would get a counter.
Yeah, it's true. And it was weird. No one like if you look at the animations, no one puts their bodies into everything. No one like turns their hips for their punch. They'll just throw a hand out there and bring it back like a slingshot. It's just I don't like the fucking animations. The animations are weak. I don't ever feel like I'm striking anything. The character, the
All
roster
very,
is
very,
trash.
all very solid reasons to hate the game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just the last time I played it, I think there was one time me and Bonsai were walking around MagFest and there was no games that were open at the time, but Dead or Alive was there. And I played it and I just wanted to pee myself so bad. Because that was just it would have been a
Wow.
it would have been a better experience.
I mean,
I'd
Dead
rather
or
be
Alive
wet
is
and
that kind of
covered in
game
urine.
that you like play, like you see it and you're like, I'm gonna give that a shot. Maybe I missed something, you know. I'll give it a go. And then you play, and then you're like, oh no, every single time.
Right, and it never fails. You just get more and more disappointed every time. So I
You
really
know what?
go ahead. I'm
I
sorry.
saw this. No, I was gonna say I saw despair truly in your eyes one time because I remember back in the old days, one time Gardner entered while we was playing Dead or Alive with James, and he's like, "Never played this one before. Is it as easy as the other ones?" And I can't remember what happened next, but he went against you. He just picked the character Jackie,
and he was the Horang of that game, and he just pressed one button and beat you, and he was like, fuck this game.
Yeah, I don't fuck with it, man.
You sighed so hard. You was like, can we finally play another game?
But the thing is, and this is why it's my least favorite, why I justified to myself it's my least favorite. It's because it's the only game 4 on, by the way. Like, 3 is pretty solid, I'll admit. But 4 on, it's the only game where I'm like, this game is trash, and so are its fans. And I don't say that about any other series because it's all subjective. I get that, except for Dead or Alive. If like Dead or Alive's like your shit, you're shit. It's a bad series and it's a regressive series, and you shouldn't like it. It should have died out long ago, but people are out there buying $4,000 DLC packs and keeping it alive.
Hey man,
That's crazy.
It wasn't just a DLC. They came out with a whole game where it was free, but then you had to buy every single character, so it bumped it up past what a regular price game was.
That's fucked up. But that's my shit. That's all I got.
That's a very good answer, honestly. Like, for a hated game.
I see no flaws.
That's all I got. That's me. No, we've been running pretty late. Almost everyone. Squirt's still passed out somewhere.
I'll say Squirt's out. He's not.
I was gonna say, McWhoopi, thank you for coming into our usual role and giving us your 2 cents on everything. It was really good to hear.
It felt rather unfamiliar and was making me anxious, but I did it.
I don't know why you thought. Yeah, I don't know why you didn't think you were going to be on this podcast and not give your point of view.
This is the bottom of the pit podcast, bro. Like, how are we going to swap our palettes if you don't do it?
True, we need a palette to swap.
You had to look at the moon with us.
Right?
Y'all the best.
See that we've been doing all these bottom of the pit podcasts, and at the very end, we finally unlocked the reptile.
Hey, I mean, man, that
was truly a good thing to end on. Actually,
had to sprinkle. What's his name? The sprinkle elbow guy.
The sprinkle elbow.
Salt Bay.
Oh, the Salt Bro.
Salt Bay, yeah,
I
Salt Bay.
do not know who Sprinkle Elbow guy.
This man who sprinkles out of his elbows is.
Everyone knows the elbow, bro. It sprinkles right past the elbow.
All right, but we have been going on for 4 hours, which is
that's short. Damn,
that's crazy. We're going 4 hours. I'm not gonna drone on that for too long, but I want to thank all of you guys for coming on. It's awesome to have all of you guys on this podcast all at once. It's freaking awesome. This was so great. And as for a season finale, I couldn't have asked for both a season finale and a better group of people to share it with.
Stop.
Thanks for coming on to every episode. I just hit you guys up, hey, you want to be on the podcast? And y'all just say, yeah. No one was like, fuck you, fuck no. It's always been yeah, and I appreciate that. I wish Lobo was here to hear it, but he literally came from like an hour and a half away to be on the podcast on his episode. So I appreciate all you guys taking out so much of your time to come and record in my cramped little room. I appreciate you guys to the fullest.
I'd do it again in a heartbeat.
Bro, you gave me something to drink. We good to go.
Those sodas are the best freaking aid on these things.
Can I get a Mountain Dew?
Got some layers of onion or something because my eyes are a little watery right now.
A little bit of moisture.
No, I've been having a blast doing these things, and I can't be on such a good podcast with such a good group of people by myself. So I really love that you guys come in, and I love you guys. I couldn't have asked for a better group of brothers, and I wish everyone was here to see this, to hear this, but this extends to them as well.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
I ain't crying.
And so I want to thank.
Just little
So,
salt
I
from my
want to-
elbows on my eyes.
I want to personally thank the Jamaican Shake, Bonsai Wolfburger,
Oh yeah.
the Hungry Patient, Protege Deluxe, or Protege 47 on Instagram. Just find him there.
TikTok, check 'em out.
Snapple Grapple,
No way.
and Lower Berry Crunch from whatever he's doing now, and to Pecan Swirl from Dreamland. I hope I hit everybody. If I missed you, I don't think I missed you.
No.
Like we have some secret members I'm not thinking about.
Janice.
Yeah, from our king. Giving you a shout out. I want to thank each and every one of you for coming on to the show. And so, we're the food chain, and this has been the Bottom of the Pit podcast, where we look to the moon and swap our palettes. And we will see you when we see you.